would focus on the Group A and Group B for game number one that will be played inside of Erangel. And in classic fashion of Ruthless Hype Esports Contra, I'm pretty sure that we will need to make our predictions soon.
True enough, and I've got to do a quick check with production whether if Hora Esports is playing for today. Like, if it is, then I guess we're banking on hopes that we can drop our predictions on them. Okay, so good news, Hora Esports is in. So I think I know who I'm voting for.
Okay, that's quick and early. Okay, you're probably considering that they might do that heroes entrance into the grand finals and then subsequently do it in the grand finals itself. Well, it's my first day on the desk, right? I've been watching, but it's my first day on the desk, so I got to get the feel of making the prediction. So I don't know. Doing predictions are never easy, right? And it doesn't help that the fact that even if I want to go for any of the top two teams, they are both of them, BTR and Team Flash. They are in Group C, so we won't be seeing them here. So I guess I might need to go for the next best one. So I'm going to lock in Vampire Esports. Let's go.
Oh, I really love how you're starting things off really strong. So I think I've said earlier, Hora Esports for me, since they're finally getting some airtime. And with 2 days of break, they should be, feeling super fresh and ready to really take everybody on. So, I got some bad news. We got some bad news. So I got control. So production says that they're still absent for today, so we can't go for Hora Esports. Now, Alter Ego's catching up. I think Alter Ego's going to be my best pick for now.
Okay. I mean, that's an interesting pick, right? Also to mention that Badru is also one of the leading MVPs, and sometimes if you have that kind of player in a team that has that leading MVP sort of thingy, well, the team could perform. And you guys are doing pretty well in terms of predictions, I must say. Yeah. You and production got 3 correct in the span of 2 days. Wow, you're outdoing yourself.
Yeah, and this is the most points I've ever gotten throughout the entire circuit, right? Like, you remember certain seasons, I just scored 0. I'm just that bad at it, and I think I'm starting to get the hang of it.
Yeah, maybe it's time to celebrate with a Sarawakian restaurant dinner, right? Just say it.
Yeah, very specific. I don't mind that. Maybe, we can do that right after. So now that we've got all these picks out, APG, I think APG has one of the most impressive chicken dinners in Erangel, and they've always shown results. I absolutely forgot they're playing in this group as well. So that is something that I'm worried of, because production, they might just one-up us again.
Sometimes I feel that production has this crystal ball behind the scenes that we don't know, that we don't see, that they sometimes deliberately not predict correctly, and then sometimes they just do, and because they know something that's happening. I don't know, right? I'm just putting it out there. But the fact that APG is not only in page number 1, they're doing overall pretty good. They scored a chicken dinner yesterday, but they also have 2 players in the running to the road to MVP. So if our theory of talking about Badru, road to MVP for Alter Ego, APG has 2 of them. So I mean, sometimes stats don't lie, and it kind of leans to APG.
It definitely does, and I think that APG, they only pop off when there's crucial moments like, hey, we're sliding down the list. Let's take it serious next game, and then it's boom, they just have those near 20 frags in order to just best everybody else. It's okay, we've done our catch up. Okay, let's take a chill again. So that's the thing about APG throughout the playoffs. But I think grand finals for APG will be extremely scary, because if they're already taking it as comfortable as they are, then if they were to really put 100% every other round, then I think they definitely would look super dominant. And then let's talk a little bit about yesterday's run as well, because we had a lot of crazy individual performances, and that's one of the reasons why you saw Mela's name on that list as well, because there was that instance where I think he took the P90 and then he just trampled everybody else, and then Casanova on the DBS, he took out 3 teams by himself in one tiny shack inside Erangel. I cannot forget that moment, and that was just absolutely crazy. And then there's even more and more of all these individual brilliances. So today, this is what I'm expecting out of these teams.
Yeah, and those beautiful moments is what the Ruthless Invitational Showdown is all about, right? Like you put together all these amazing teams, amazing players together, and you can expect a really good show, like how you've seen not only in the past few days, but also the previous season. So I'm pretty sure for all you guys out there, thank you so much for watching. You know that this is the best off-season tournament ever. And I really look forward to it every time.
Yeah, exactly. And I really feel so good about this season in particular because, we got so many fresh names. And if you didn't remind me that Yui as well as Red Bull went from FaZe Clan to Vampire, I would have bat an eye because both FaZe Clan as well as Vampire Esports, they always look like a super team, right? So, and now that you mention it, it's like, oh, okay, now it starts to make a lot of sense. But that really begs the question, are they just on loan, because of the off season and they just want to warm up, or what exactly could be the case right now? Because right now, it really feels like they're a chip off the old block.
Yeah, at some point, frankly speaking, right, I thought that, Vampire Esports is such a complete team. They have all these amazing players, yada, yada, and so on. It's like, how else can you add to the squad? And I guess the off-season transfer was the answer, right? You add Red Bull, you add Yui, that had amazing individual performances during last season's PMSL, and adding it into Vampire Esports, they are an absolute powerhouse right now. I don't know how else to express the level of powerhouse that Vampire Esports is currently at. But we'll see in the official tournaments later on. Right now, we got to put focus on the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12, and we're jumping on to game number 1. Erangel, let's go.
Always lovely to see it take off, and this time we're getting ourselves a treat. It's going to be skewing all the way down south to Cloud, and we're already moving in between the riverways from the corners of Moss into the edge of built-up power. That means that this being so sound-centric, teams like T2K, ASI8, if they were ever in the lobby, they won't get to fight in Severny anymore. But we've seen a lot of battles taking place inside of Lower Road, namely either Team Secret that drops there. There's also another team, like, I can't remember whether it's 52 or AZ Slumber that also contests for that spot. Talon is always interested in that territory as well. So it is super interesting on how this one gets to play out.
Yeah, especially now that we have this kind of flight path, right, from the southern side towards the southern side. So there is a potential clash that we can expect, especially when teams or players, they try to go for vehicles. Now, I'm looking at a very early potential clash here around the area of Fairy Pier. We have 4 thrives overlapping another team contract. So I'm sure I'm going to zoom in onto that soon.
Oh my, and we're always in for a brawl. And also, do take note, the past couple of matches, I mean, they're always super explosive in the early game. We're bound to get, multiple teams to be in the action. But take a look at this. A lot of these teams who will drop late from this flight path, they're ripping all the rewards already because this is a 50-50 that is a little rare. That skewers all the way down towards the far west. So Milta Power, Milta, it's going to be a focal point of how this one plays out.
Hey, I won't complain if it skewers all the way down to Novo. But before we talk about that, we have to talk about this fight right now. 4 thrives only has 1 player. And there you go. You blink and you miss that moment, ladies and gentlemen. 4 thrives falls to the hands of Sem9, but they took 1 player out.
Wow. Explosive, maybe 4 tribes. They probably came in without much of a loot, and Sem9, they just really took the best out of it. And we're also seeing new names coming in from Sem9, like Satria, that is really adjusting very, very well. Or maybe it's just a pseudo name that, I absolutely forgot whose portrait that is. So that you gotta update me a little bit on.
Okay, according to the portrait, that's Firen. And Satria apparently is his real name. So, yeah,
okay.
Fun fact for you, ladies and gentlemen. And if you see Dia, that's Yuhai.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Dia is his real name. So, well, we're going to see how real this fight is going to be, because we're going to enjoy another fight right now between Tribe Aero Messi and also Voin, no longer Donkey.
No longer Donkey. So what exactly are they right now?
Oh, okay. Not sure if they updated like officially, but the news that I saw is that Voin and Donkey, they kind of like have ended their partnership. So as far as I know, it's Voin Esports now. But
Voin Esports. So previously, you're meaning to say that Donkey is either a sponsor or like support company.
Yeah, it's a sponsor. Yeah. But I guess for this, okay, so they branded themselves as Voin Esports here. So that's the sign there. But speaking about a sign, Voin Donkey, they were looking for a sign and they got it by getting that one knockdown now. A follow-up by Gator landing a nade or sending a nade onto the other side, not able to connect it at all. RazX in same building as Delta and Gante from Triper and Messi. But they didn't really take full advantage of the knockdown early on.
Yeah, very sticky situation for the rest of AST. I mean, they're bunched up into a very tight corner. I mean, they're lucky enough that Voin Esports doesn't really have too many utils to really flush them out of the position, but they're already looking for a charge. Razak holding on to that P90. See whether if he can press forward, but it seems like Rick is kind of holding his position as well. Oh, he does connect the jump shot though.
Ooh. Are they going to go all in now? Not yet though. Now Mochi tries to flush out the other two members of Triper Messi. Razak still trying his luck to get another knock, but not able to get it through this angle. However, Gator got rigged. Okay, this is go time right now for Voin Esports, but Gante got Razak.
Well, clean take, and Razak, the moment he turns over the window, he gets caught out. And AST now getting the ball back on their court, but they still have Rick on the ground. Gante is very low right now. Only down to bandages, and he's just waiting for his team to really back him up while Delta is closing right in. Still a 50-50 between the two teams.
You know what, Contra? This could be a comeback moment here for Triper and Messi. The defending squad right now, they managed to take 2 out of Voin. So far, so good. And that will force the remaining 2 members of Voin to just back out.
Yeah, it really felt like they bit too much more than they could chew, right? Like, they really closed in the distance, but the positioning coming from Rake was just super hard to really take out. And because of that, the rest of Voin Donkey weren't allowed to really press forward. If they really wanted to flank, they needed to really wrap around the other sector of the compound in order to really find the rest of the angles. And just like that, they lost 2 members, but ESP's giving chase though.
Whoa, and they got Potato, the IGL. And now Mochi is only down to his last stick of health. Oh, that's it. That's it. He's definitely gone here. There's no way. Oh, but hang on a second. Alter Ego shows up with Rosemary punishing them back. But that does not mean that Voin is not eliminated. They have been taken out, but Alter Ego will come in here as the cleanup crew.
I thought that they stirred the wrong hornet's nest, and then eventually it really seemed like Voin Donkey was calling for help from the big brothers of Alter Ego Aries, right? It's like, don't worry, I got you. And then just like that, they score those power points, and even more battles happening right now. RRQ in a pickle right now with Riffus charging through.
Ooh, and it's only Lapar right now. I hope he's hungry for eliminations because he will need it. But this nade just at the side of Lapar. Lots of damage onto him, and Riffus will land the final blow. RRQ eliminated. We're still on stage 1, but 3 teams out.
Yeah, yesterday was pretty similar as well. Everybody wants a piece of the pie up against the rest, and really testing out their firepower up against each other. APG now needing to go in for that save. And we have Atik Luke, Mr. 966, who's trying to hold out their position. So it gets a little bit awkward for the time being because out in the open, it's rather risky, especially with K-Luke scouring out around. Once it does subside with those smokes, it's going to be an easy angle, but it seems like he's not going to be pressing forward. He could have actually maybe spammed a couple of bullets to find it, but he decides, you know what, we still got plenty of space to play, so he decides to reposition instead.
Oh man. I'm glad that today when I'm casting Cellcom DG Alliance, most of them at least are using proper names.
Oh yeah?
Yesterday it was like, who are these people? I I get confused just watching this. But anyway, glad to see proper names, so it will help us in our cast. But Alpha Gaming, yep, with proper names, 3 players, spending their ground against Homeboys with interesting names as well. Only Shamil is a recognizable name. All the others are probably new names that will join Homeboys in the upcoming PMSL.
Fair enough, and then now we get a little bit more of that update of the zone. All the teams are already planted in except for Team Secret, who's wrapping all the way far north. So with that heavy congestion, it seems like 52 Esports holding over onto the focal point up the hillside. And same goes to the rest of Alter Ego, who is currently split on 2 sides. 2 on the lumberyard, another 2 inside Build the Power. I don't know if that's going to be the best call because there's a flock of crowd moving forward. And Alpha Gaming this time gets caught out once again by the Homeboys who have just arrived at the scene.
Okay, now it's down to Refus. Last man standing with S12K. He should be able to... Oh, wait a second. Oh, come on. Come on. We wanted to see him try to defend it himself.
Oh, that was a little nasty. I mean, it's just so chaotic right now. And now it's accumulation squads. Nate's being sent forward. CD Alliance sending K-Luke over on the flank. While Boy is someone that we don't know who exactly it is. And here comes the final push. And can he actually find it go up against the side of Nikki? He actually does. But it definitely took a little while.
Okay, he's still rushing though now with Leon's backing him up. They should be able to get this one. But Leon's has to recover his teammate quickly. Right now, the recovery will happen. Shamil is on his way. Here comes Shamil. Shamil driving by. Can Shamil pull it up? Is it time? The answer is unfortunately not, and Leos was prepared for it.
But at least he secured a couple of points, and that kind of shred the rest of these members of Cellcom DG to play with only 2 members. But now, how could the Cellcom DG Alliance recover from this? Because there's just so many other teams around that corner to also deal with, and you're only having 2 members. That's kind of tough. And look who's back. Newsy's here with the rest of Vampire Esports.
Ooh, Newsy. We have the new kids on the block as well. Red Bull and Jewey playing in this round. But Mela is not playing though. Looks like they want to pull the handbrake on his road to MVP. But probably he'll be back later on. Now looking at the other players, Toda, 3 players active here and they're in the clear. But on the elimination feed, looks like another Malaysian squad fighting another. And that's 52 against Cellcom DG Alliance.
Well, it doesn't seem like there's any form of breaks for the side of Cellcom DG Alliance. 52, they're just rushing right through Jimmy OP, hugging by the stairwells, and that smoke is only slightly covering, but he gets a little glimpse. But that's not going to be enough. Sim still goes down. Well, we could move over outside of Team Secret. They made a very late entry, and what's interesting enough is that they're just playing it so patiently while they spot out one team over in the top corner of Prison.
And that's Team Secret on the area of Prison as well, with Toda there. A lot of teams try to get Prison early on. Let's see if they can hold on to it, or will it be worthwhile for them to hold Prison? Looks like it's a 50-50 as the circle pulled down south. Milta is empty though. So let's see who will get to Milta first. It could be 52.
Very possibly so. I mean, they were there from the get-go, and right now they expanded their territory to try to choke out the rest of Cellcom DG Alliance initially. They managed to win out that trade, and now they can just quickly reclaim that territory once more. Meanwhile, the rest of Vampire Esports extend their wing and now lands themselves across that shelter ground. I think like this is a really safe call coming from the side of Vampire Esports, where you don't want to really overcommit because you don't know whether if it goes into the city of Milta or does it actually go into the Lumberfield instead. So that being said, the rest of Alter Ego, they're by Milta Power, and this is just a tough threat between both Todak as well as these members. Holy position, very far off from one another. 9 now, we're getting caught out.
Hey, say hello to Team Secret as well. They want to join onto the party. Here comes Team Secret onto Alter Ego. The Starman, Rosemary, knocked down by Zerus. And now Zerus is chasing down Badru. Mr. Road to MVP. Zerus to the high ground, but will lose to the low ground of the SFK of Badru. But Doc got Badru instead. A bit of a trade-off between the two teams.
And a lot of back and forth, but Doc L just makes it clean. 2 points back to back, but there still needs a little bit of a helping hand. Look at the rest of Alter Ego. They're also trying to close right through. Todak also giving a little bit of chase, while Moana trying to gatekeep them from off the shores. And just like that, Rosemary's in the middle of the open without any form of backing.
And now Frankie and Juke, they want to close the gap with another Alter Ego player, but I believe he left the scene though. But nevertheless, Team Secret, they have secured the right side of this circle. But they still need to move forward because this kind of circle, there's a chance that it will shrink further in and they will need to cross the road later. So might as well manage the road earlier. But for Alter Ego, we still have Moana here. Very ambitious, if you ask me. If they can get the knock here, it's definitely going to be something.
Oh yeah, and now because of his efforts, that player is currently stuck behind a tree. So I guess it's just going to be a little bit of a reprieve right now for that member of Team Secret for the moment. And take a look at the list right now. So many names are already off of it. So 9 teams remain. It's only stage 3, Sir Cloud.
Oh man.
It's only stage 3. Let that begin.
It feels like we're already at like stage 5 or 6 with the amount of action that has been happening. And it's not stopping yet, Contra. Look at this. Rick just got a player of Boom Esports. And while that's happening, the circle will further shrink. And you should go to the mainland. Yep, there you go. Towards the southern side. Most of the teams already in it. Vampire Esports, Toda, Team Secret, not. And that includes Boom Esports as well. So these teams will need to find a way in.
Sure enough, well, 52 Esports has got some firm control, arguably, since the teams around them has been some weakened units like Sem9 who tried to really wiggle for a little bit more room. Moana, who also was trying to gatekeep the rest of Team Secret. So Alter Ego could still really play their cards around those compounds. Frantisi, though, somewhere smack dab in the center of it all. Despite Todak not really having too much of those numbers, it's still going to be the rest of Alter Ego trying to hustle them. So most likely than not, you will expect Todak to really play on the defensive for the meantime. Whereas on the outskirts, Zeros find something. Oh, that's against 52 Esports.
Oh, but Team Secret, they're really spreading out, Contra. 2 players here on screen. Another 2 players like Doc, he's scouting out the left side. While the other player is still on the right side. That's Mr. Frankie Bond, 007, if you get the reference. Just saying.
Oh, yeah. Frankie Bond. I mean, does he like it shaken or stirred?
Oh.
I think like we pretty know the answer to that. Meanwhile, Ripple finally gets a dap over onto Frankie, so guess he ain't no James Bond no more.
Oh. Okay, I guess the spy just got ratted out. Anyway, Vampire Esports now, they want to claim space on the southern side. And now that they've taken out Frankie, they know they have the man advantage against Team Secret. And they will continue to push in. Mr. Lazarus, aka, I believe he's Schweppes. He always uses this name, if I'm not mistaken. Shoos them away. Team Secret falls back.
Yep, I do believe that. Well, I mean, he's been one of the most consistent member out of the many in Vampire Esports. I mean, barring for the fact that they always swap around from time to time. But today being Lucy's first day, and they're already making some great remarks here in this matchup. Docky trying to fix his vehicle. I want to recall, do you remember what Docky's real name is out of the many Team Secret members?
I'll need to check my notes on that. So I'll come back to you later. Because right now, the action is still not stopping yet. Vampire Esports, they just lost Dewey. They lost Lucy. UK right now fires back onto Lazarus, aka Schweppes. And Schweppes will win that 1v1, finishing off Doc. And that's going to be another point in the bag, leaving Team Secret with only Juke.
Such a clean execution coming in from Lazarus. And right now, just because of that takedown, Manzi is also up for that challenge. But Lazarus, even quicker to this approach. He just pushes forward. And just like that, 4 points already back in. And 3 of it coming in from Lazarus himself. There's still a little bit more retaliation as there is that member of Alter Ego taken out by Juke. He's got that AUG, but decides that DBS is the best bet in the CQC.
Ooh, and here's the nade. Being prepped up by Schweppes. Will he be able to land it onto Juke? Okay, nope. Juki's way behind that vehicle, so he's safe from that nade. But the next stage of the circle will definitely force them to move. And look at this circle. It's going to be a big challenge for Juki and Lazarus.
Probably so. And it seems like they have not settled the scores just yet. They got a long way to go. I don't think that there's many options for vehicles. What actually they do for Lazarus. Can't exactly say if these guys won't detonate each other. And speaking of which, Juki goes down without a fight, and another pixel perfect toss coming in from Lazarus as he brings forward the rest of Vampire Esports into the top 6.
Well, right now in the top 6, only one team is a full squad, and that's going to be the Vikings, VKE. Can't say the same for Alter Ego though. It's only Moana left, and he's just right beside the 3 players of Tora. So far, Tora, they don't seem to know that he's there, so he's okay for now. But there's a big chance that when the circle shifts in stage 6, he'll be forced to move up, and that's where he'll need to fend for himself against Tora.
Yeah, I absolutely agree about that. Tora, they've been turtling for a long while right now. I mean, you could argue the same about Vikings' case because they haven't been active at all, and understandably so. They were playing around the hillside, hoping that they can find those angles, but it doesn't seem like that's been the case since other teams, they do get themselves sheltered inside of those compounds. So it is rather tough for Vikings to really seek those kind of avenues. Meanwhile, of course, very high chance for them to actually make that chicken dinner run. Now that they do have the numbers. But then again, playing from the far north, is this going to be the safest call for now? A little bit of exchange coming in from the UI boys. Not really finding the mark just yet, but Vampire Esports still being very, very elusive. Lazarus is going to be driving forward, and now I'm not too sure if the call is to really 1v1 UI at this point.
Yeah, right now, everyone's just playing the waiting game, right? I guess it's because they've seen a lot of eliminations. So right now, there's a lot more space because you have lesser teams while we're still at stage 5. So might as well play with the space that you currently have. Now, the only thing that will force them to move is going to be the circle. And we'll find out where the next circle will go in about 50 more seconds. But looks like Tora's making their move. And Kenny is going to stop by Moana's compound. He's definitely scouting there, but it looks like he's unsure yet.
It really feels like now it's a little bit of a game of hide and seek, right? Everyone's weakened up already. So it's like, okay, don't expose me. Don't expose me. Moana staying put. Lazarus doing exactly the same. I guess the only reprieve right now for Moana is that he's holding on to very tight angles, right? And realistically, you can only enter from the front door out of the garage. So he's okay for now, so long as he does not overpeak. But as much as I say that, Todak just needed a nade to clear him up.
Well, it was quick and easy. But it's interesting with the fact that Todak, they know that he's there. So that's good scouting and good game sense by Todak. Gotta give it up to them. Now in the top 5, we have the Vikings with a full squad, 7-9 with 3 players, Todak with 3 as well. Vampire Esports with Schweppes, the final player. And we have Tribal Messi, also 1 player left for the chicken dinner. And now with the circle, shifting towards the northern side, MVKE a full squad. They have the biggest advantage of locking in the chicken dinner this time.
Yeah, and this really paid out dividendly, right? Overall, their patience of really playing it safe for and now they get that full control. And perhaps finally they can land themselves that chicken dinner because they've always come in second place, third place by playing this safe. And now Sandline is about to challenge that as well. But first and foremost, they're going up against their brothers back in Todak. And Todak, they are just about to have a lot of focus space between them and Sam9.
It doesn't have that fact that the Yuhai is suppressing them from afar, right? From this angle that you can see on screen. They're finding it difficult. But they had to take an alternate route. So it looks like they're going to take the northern side into the circle instead. And Yuhai noticed that they have already moved. No point for him to stay there. His turn to get into the circle. That's going to get crowded at the north. Look at this. MVKE, they are moving in. And they will face off against Rick and Toda. There goes Rick.
Rick attack right there, and immediately they go on erupting over on the course of Todak. Another couple of nades to be tossed over on each side. Some falling short, but that one looks beautiful coming from the side of Todak as they're going back and forth for a little bit more. And just like that, Fertizi gets caught out.
And now we're in the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. 7-9, the Vikings, and Todak 4, the Chicken Dinner. Frenzy is still calling out for help. Kenny is close by though, and he might be picked up, but the Vikings, they are still putting pressure onto the members of Todak, while 7-9, they're just monitoring the situation from the middle of the circle.
And they just really have to wait it out. I mean, the best part is that 7-9 right now does have pretty much the zone in control, while the rest of Vikings, they still have to fend off for that space, which is why they really have to push forward up against the rest of the members of Todak in order to make room up against the rest of 7-9 later on. But they're only looking for those trades, and the back and forth looks pretty good. Kenny now soaking another tap, and the rest of Vikings, they're still having a high priority over onto the rest of Todak because they're cutting in the dip. They can't really afford to peek out for far too long.
For Todak and also the Vikings, because they're playing like into the circle, again, there's a big chance that the circle will move away from them. And when that happens, 7-9 will have all the advantage within the circle since they're playing in the middle of it right now. We get a confirmation about 20 more seconds. So the fight between Todak and Vikings has to end quickly. If not, 7-9 will just happily shoot from afar.
Yeah, I mean, right now, there's just no pressure over on the side of 7-9, so plus if the ratio says MVKE has a very big chance. I mean, it's all because of the numbers right now, but these numbers can easily deplete because they're running out of that space. 7-9 still taking full charge. They know that they just really have to wait, and right now, I feel like Vikings played a little bit too passively, and now that allows the rest of Todak to go on a push.
Well, now Vikings, they have to make it aggressive. Superman got Frenzy and Kenny and Nate to knock that 2 players of Todak. And from afar, it's going to be Yuhai finishing off Kenny. And that is Todak eliminated. Now it's between 7-9 and the Vikings. Vikings, no circle, but they have a full squad. While 7-9, 3 players, but they have the middle of the circle.
Yeah, those back and forths really didn't really do all too much showing coming from the side of Todak since they all got corralled into that same space. Superman tossed that beautiful grenade, and right now, you know, it's just all hands on deck. MVKE gets to focus onto repositioning. They do have a couple of buggies to work around if they really want to at least create a little bit more of an alternate angle to take on the rest of 7-9. But take a look at that open field. This is just so tough to play out. But I believe with some dip as well as some creases, MVKE can still find some room to actually stall for.
Yeah, they managed to slide into the circle, so stage 7 is still okay for them. Stage 8, I guess it really depends on where the circle goes as well, but the fact of the matter is that 7-9, they have the middle of the circle, so whatever happens, they should still get stage 8 circle. I believe that the pressure should still be on to MVKE, unless if it's a hard shift towards the north. Then we might need to wait out to stage 9 to see what happens.
Yeah, that's kind of smart coming from Vikings, right? Like, they know that all they really have to do is hug by the corner, and if it really pulls towards their side, they got those numbers. So they kind of flip the coin over onto 7-9 once again. But chances are it could also land directly into the center. And that becomes a little awkward for both because they got to start to squeeze for that space. And then 7-9 will have to reposition themselves to the street, which also leaves them vulnerable.
Sorry, I just had to do that. One more. Superman.
He's just got all these aura and moves. I mean, is he going to start to do the boat dance as well after this?
Oh, yeah. I want to see the aura farming emote, though. Just like this. That would be pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. I think like that probably would be in the works. We hope to actually get to see it real soon. I mean, imagine how many players from Indonesia would get that. And also around the world, of course.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely right. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that everywhere. But speaking about what we're going to see the Vikings now moving forward since the circle shifted away from them. Now they do have smokes, and while it's still active, it's okay. They can still move forward. But the best case scenario is for them to deal with Amazal first, because Amazal is at an angle that if he can lob a good nade across, he could get it knocked. But now it seems like Amazal is the one in trouble, but he managed to heal back up to 80%. Lucky for him, that came in just in time.
Yeah, he's just soaking all of that pressure, and right now, Satria, aka Firen, is hoping to actually lend some support, but he's also getting tacked up already. This nade looks pretty good. Gets a chunk over on the side of Wunti. Not too problematic just yet for the rest of MVKE. Still a little bit of 50-50, and knowing for the fact that the next stage itself is going to zoom directly to the streets, I want to see how Dia repositions, because he's all the way far back. So we're about to actually go for the first ever Stage 9 finish.
Oh man, first ever Stage 9, no circle at all. So it depends on who is closest to the middle. And as of now, it's going to be 7-9 still. So the Vikings, they have to find a way to breach this one through. Now what's going to be complicated for the Vikings is the terrain. Although, from a certain angle, it looks like they should be able to deal with 7-9, but it's going to be hard because of the terrain. But finally, they got Amazon after all that attempt, and that will allow them access to move slightly forward.
No, that obliterates a member of 7-9, and they managed to find another one, despite the effort coming in from Yuhai to take one down.
Oh, and it's now only Firen left, the final player for 7-9 against the Vikings. They should be able to recover Trang though. But they know exactly where Firen is at now. Nade being cooked up by Tins, sending it onto the second floor. And Firen is now pretty low, 10% of health left. He has to heal up. He should be able to heal up just in time. Back to 80%, but the rush is coming in right now. And Firen, yes, defend his goal. He gets one, but not able to get his second one. The numbers overwhelm him as the Vikings will claim game number 1.
And finally, they get rewarded after so many trials and tribulations where they're always coming in second and third. This time, that patience really paid them off so much. Sure, in game 1, surely we get a little bit more of a different tempo of play compared to, all these explosive rounds that we've seen back in the past couple of days run. But hey, Vikings, they executed this very cleanly, despite, having certain odds not really in their favor in terms of position. They just know that so long as they play to their own cards, things will work out in turn. And right now, they get to celebrate.
Yes, and none of us scored our first prediction right. But it's okay. We still have more games to go, and I need to get off that 0-point prediction. But to be fair, it's my first day. Anyway, coming back to the Vikings. So Wunti, Superman, Trang, as well as Tinsy or Tins. You call him Tinsy or Tins?
I usually go with Tins. I mean, either one works. Yeah, Tins. Nobody says Tensy usually. So I guess Tins sounds good.
Right. I have a fun fact though. So there's the other player from Team Flash that, if we were to read it, it's called Zeus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there was this one day I got the chance to ask him, how do you pronounce your name? Mm-hmm. And then he says, Hugh.
Hugh?
Yeah, like the Z is a silent.
Or did he just told you his real name in Vietnamese?
Well, it was me and a couple of other people, and we verified it, and we repeated it a few times. So, what, Hugh? Yeah.
Oh,
Hugh.
so that means it's like, back in the Friendster era, people put X in front and then back in the name, and instead he puts a Z. So he's just Hugh?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
So for all you know, Tins might be just Tin, like with a Z silent.
You might just be right. I mean, that is a very, very high possibility. And I guess I gotta wrap my head around that later on, because we got, some big numbers coming in from all these squads. We've seen quite a whole lot out of the 7-9 to really take control of the matchup. But then again, they faltered at the very end to the hands of the Vikings, despite scoring even more, as well as dealing even more damage.
But of course, at the end of the day, what matters the most is the amount of eliminations. So 7-9, they have 3 more eliminations as compared to the Vikings. Now, I guess it's not too much of a surprise that the Vikings, they didn't really score that many eliminations because they played a little bit passive this round and they only showed up towards the end. But still, they scored the chicken dinner. But that one player who was active and scored a lot of damage is Yuhai. 899 damage with 2 eliminations. Now, of course, the numbers don't match. That means that Yuhai has been doing a lot of work for the team, allowing his other teammates to secure those elimination points for Sem9.
He's always been the core player. We've watched him grow up ever since he was a little boy, and right now, I mean, he's still got his braces on. I don't know for how many years now. Yep, and I'm just revealing my own age as well and how long we've been spending time, casting these matches, and he's still showing up. That's what's really impressive about Dia overall. And this time, it wasn't exactly Dia that becomes the top performer, but it's actually his teammate Amazal.
The new kid on the block for Sem9. Not new to the pro scene though. Used to play for O2 for this, and now he's with Sem9 and putting up a good performance. And because of his good performance and his teammates' good performance as well, they score 14 points, just 1 point below MVKE, who scored the chicken dinner, a total of 15 points for them. And then we have Tribe Aero Messi with 10 points. So that's the triple-digit club. Now, unfortunately for Void and Boom Esports, no points collected at all. And we didn't really get to see Boom Esports in this round. So they probably got eliminated while there were a lot of other fights happening at the same time.
Yeah, I won't be too surprised. Not because, Boom is anywhere lacking. I think a lot of times when Boom Esports play, most of the drop spots they go for has been contested. But to me, it was a surprise because usually in this map, they would often start inside Rozhok. So perhaps what happened was they couldn't contest for those vehicles and they got shut off. So that being said, though, Amazal not only impresses with those amount of frags, he's also the one that scores the longest elimination distance as well. Now, what's curious to me is that there's only 54 total elimination points. So if you guys are wondering why Horror Esports is not participating for the entirety of the day, and maybe another team is also not part of it, I can't be too sure. I just gotta take a look further into this case.
Or maybe they might make a showing later on. So we'll leave it as that for now. But even though BTR didn't play this round, no other team has surpassed them. That includes Vampire Esports. Yes, they move up to second place, but they are still a handful of points away from overtaking BTR. On page number 2, second place, Sem9, they move up 5 notches, right now placing them at number 12, putting them in a more comfortable position away from the drop so far with 70 points collected this round. We do have a few movers down. That includes Boom Esports, who did not collect anything, and now they're at number 16 with 57 points. But number 16, still okay. But from the drop, 57 points, 51 points is at number 19. So 6 points right now before they drop. So they have to put in a performance the next round.
It's a very hairy situation, but it's good news for homeboys. I mean, they managed to at least add another 4 points to tally, right? So they're inching so close that they just need to score maybe about 3 points to surpass both 52 Esports as well as Boing Donkey. Barring if they don't score any points, of course. If they do score points, then you will definitely see more and more of these updates because right now, everybody's neck and neck at this moment. Even D-Savior, which, they have no business being all the way down here on this page, could have actually seek for opportunity. So when DX actually gets their playtime, I really want to see them go all out since, they didn't exactly take it too seriously back in day 1. Day 2, pretty much the same as well. And then yesterday is where DX start to really show a little bit more of their fangs in order to really rack up heavy points.
Yeah, they need to show their fangs, they need to show their webs and everything else in the next round to see if they can launch themselves into the top 18. But before we go there, let's take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you guys after this.
Welcome back once again, and we're getting ourselves ready for our second match of the night, and we finally go down to Miramar. What is surprising to me was, last game we took it a lot slower than per usual, and it seems like maybe this time around Miramar will be much rowdier, because yesterday most of the matchups inside Miramar ends even before we even hit into stage 8, most likely or not by stage 6 or 7, where we got ourselves our top 4.
Yeah, and the first 2 rounds, there were like so many fights that happened all around the map, and that happened in Erangel, obviously. Now, Miramar being a bigger map, I don't know how it's going to be like. It's going to be like a party or not. We need to wait and see. But here's just a little bit of a recap for all of you that the Vikings finally scored their chicken dinner.
Yeah, and that's just huge news. I mean, overall, they've always been so consistently looking for these kind of points, but it doesn't seem like it's their usual playstyle, because back in the past, if you remember how MVK played, they're the super aggressive team that likes to go pushing other teams. So I believe that they're really trying out this approach to see whether this actually fits them, because end of the day, scoring a chicken dinner consistently is going to be the key during the Smash Rule format.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Now, of course, the first mission for all these teams is to be in the top 18 to make themselves into the grand finals. And some of these teams are making their debut today, especially from Group C that will be up against Group A in the coming match. So in Group C, we have a number of powerhouses, I must say here, including the top 1 team, BTR, and the former second place team before this, that is Team Flash, that will be making their way as well into this game. And in all traditional way of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, we're going to make a prediction. And I've been waiting for this moment to say hello to the boys of Bigatron. Let's bring it on.
I knew you're gonna whip up something out of the bag, right? So, okay, BTR. I mean, they've been impressive. They won maybe a little slower, and then they just keep pushing and pushing. BTR definitely seemed like a really huge prospect moving into the upcoming season, but to also compete with them is a pick that I'm gonna go for, and that's Talon Esports. Talon, they've been growing strength to strength, and overall, I heard some news that there's some changes in the roster, but then again, right now, LaFlameheads is stepping in to play, so it's BTR Ken versus LaFire right now to see which one is like the better coach, so to speak. So right now, with the rest of production also saying, you know what? There's another team you guys forgot about because Team Flash showed us a masterclass of 20 overkills the last time they played out in that Wrangle bout. So that's why the vote is coming in for production.
Yeah, I mean, how can you fault picking Team Flash, right? I mean, they're a team that is also up there as well, broke the 100-point mark, and they have a chance of scoring the chicken dinner. So it's interesting to see that our picks here, let's see here. Has your pick scored a chicken dinner before? I have to relook that one. Yes, they scored 2. Yeah. So all our picks have scored their chicken dinners so far. So that makes me wonder, right? Are they still motivated to go for it?
Probably so. I mean, overall, I think like BTR, they kind of want to exert whatever dominance that they could so that the rest of these team would really have to second guess whether, should I be pushing towards that direction? Because usually BTR guards you. Or, there's always this other squad that's always playing around this side. So it's a lot of mind games before the grand finals. And I guess that there is still some cards left on the sleeve that they could still play it out on the finals.
Or maybe they want to keep some cards for the finals. We don't know, right? We don't know. But we'll get a taste of what they will do today in Miramar as we head on to it. Match number 2.
Back at it for more. And this place looks a little bit like a place that you recently went to. And you talked about hot winds early on. And do you think it's going to blow pretty hard towards this 16 teams on the board now that we're changing, Group B versus Group C? You got a lot of this Group C talents that are actually sitting near the top of the table.
Oh yeah, I definitely know how it feels to be in a place like Miramar, and I can tell you that it's interesting, so to speak. Interesting. That's the best way for me to describe it now. But I wonder would the starting here be as interesting as our Erangel matchup? I'm keeping my eye on some of the early drops here and the potential fights. Looks like the teams are still well spread out, but maybe popular spots in the middle like Chimacera, like maybe Picado, might be challenged.
Yeah, and overall, most of these staple areas like Chimacera, we've seen some small battles, but majority of it happens around Minas Generales as well as Los Leones overall. Because if there's going to be Team Secret in there, we'll expect that will be a problem for T2K. And so far, they have yet to settle scores, but the good news is Team Secret's not inbound. Therefore, they will have to be able to play this one out. But T2K, speaking of which, is actually getting caught up on Team Secret. So my bad, Team Secret is still on the block, and they're still getting themselves pretty much soaked with tons of damage being brought to play. T2K finally looking to win the trade.
Ooh, and Frankie Bond became the hero of Team Secret. Wiped out the remaining members of T2K, and all his other teammates will be revived. And they even gave him an apple.
Wow, it was so close though. Look at all the red bars. The rest of Team Secret were lucky that they're still alive after that fight. T2K, I believe they planned things out for the entirety of the night just to try to win up against Team Secret. But the score right now remains 3-0. Team Secret is just outrageously winning. T2K, they cannot afford to do this anymore. I mean, if they keep repeating this in Miramar, they might not even see the grand finals.
Yeah. They're not in the best spot for sure. Right now, only 58 points collected. But nevertheless, there's still a lot more games to come. And it's not to say that they are too far away from the top 18. It's still very doable for them.
Yeah, but slightly than not. There's still certain avenues that they could actually maintain themselves. But you gotta keep in mind, DX is pushing, Team 52 also looking rather ferocious. Now, and within the span of the game itself, it's just so easy for DX to maybe find that 1 point to tie the knots. And also for the rest of the field who's hoping to qualify to the top 18 to really make a statement at the very same time. Now, ASI8, first 2 days not looking so hot, didn't even look present at all. Yesterday, they started to show up. Casanova really proved himself to be a player that is one of a kind, holding himself just fine. He went in for 3 battles, won all 3 of them all by himself. As a matter of fact, they were all funneled towards the direction, and just shows to show how strong they've been able to manage situations such as that. And I could also say the same in Toda. And to me, what's surprising about Toda is their performance in Miramar have improved tremendously, that they've seen so many top 4 finishes in this map.
Yeah, especially with a new and refreshed roster, right, of Toda, with not only Kenny, but also Deb, who used to play for Sem9, actually joining Toda. So I would say that Toda is one of the teams that had a very good transfer window amongst the other teams. Well, Vampire Esports, they had a good one as well. But if we were to talk about like breaking them down to country or region, Toda in Malaysia, I would say, has one of the best transfers.
Yeah, arguably so. And right now, would you say this kind of transfer kind of affects Sem9 because they lose a lot of firepower? Or do you think that it's really unaffected because sometimes some of these players get to sit in the bench from time to time? So do you think it hinders them, or do you think that, it's a win-win?
Ooh, that's a hot take though. Well, prior to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, Sem9 has been doing very well in other off-season tournaments. Like they have been winning a couple, and even a LAN event recently they won as well. So they've been doing very well. Only in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, we have not seen the best of Sem9 yet. Yeah, they're okay, but it's not that level of hype that they have brought to themselves in a recent time. So I guess if I were to answer the question, Sem9 kind of deserves a bit of a day off.
Day off. Yeah, everybody needs to take a break from time to time as well. I mean, sometimes, there's just too much of the critics overall that he say, she say, and end of the day, I mean, it's the players that really gets to really put up a performance, or otherwise, I mean, they don't get to move towards bigger stages. As for Sem9 as well as Toda, I mean, they've been 2 great organizations in the scene for quite a while now. I'm hoping to see more of them in the upcoming PMSL. Same could be said about Talent Esports. Now, I did talk about some changes, right? So they brought in LaFire to play a little bit more. And you're also seeing maybe a little bit more feature coming from Boysil this time around to also work in tandem with Achul. So I am kind of liking a little bit of those updates coming from Talent Esports. Still, we have to remain whether LaFire is really somebody we know or not.
I have my same skepticisms. But I'm not skeptical about the fact that Mela is actually playing this round.
For sure.
It's just not the starting that he would have wanted. Like he just got knocked. I'll check on him later. Because right now we're going to look at what's happening here between Alter Ego and Homeboys. Long range by Alva onto the other side, shooing Homeboys away from this compound. But lucky enough for Homeboys that they did not come into this compound, because this compound, once you go in, it's hard to go out.
Yeah, it is an open barren land that will be pointing heavy weapons over on your direction if you're going to be moving inside. Hence why they move upwards, but that still sees. So these players to be in a pickle. Homeboys getting single out one after another. And right now, Tai Long's all alone, but we've seen clutches from Tai Long before. Can he do it again? Alpha now with the Molotov, not quite enough, but they will be having the DBS shells to pop right in. And just like that, Homeboys sent out very early.
But I don't know anything about being singled out, but I know a thing or two about being single. And it's definitely not fun. So, too bad for Homeboys.
I think being single can be fun.
Oh,
depends where
speaking
you're
from
looking.
Experience?
I guess. Let's not go further than that. And AC Slumber Oh, great assault. And right now, here comes the push coming from the side of Mela as he brings in the AUG with the puppies. Quick jump shot, secures it, and Vampire Esports are on to something today. And it's BTR taking the brunt of the damage. Federer now left all alone inside, and this push is just too much pressure. Red Bull, the one to strike them down, and VPE says hello there. We're gonna steal that #1 spot.
Man, especially with the refreshed lineup of Vampire Esports. I'll take a moment to talk about your thoughts about Vampire Esports and their lineup. But I guess we'll hang that thought for a second because right now we're going to see a fight here involving RRQ and Azmi from Easy Slumber. And Azmi coming in with SLK, getting a knockdown onto Nugget. But he's very low right now and he's out in the open. One tap onto him is all it takes to take him down.
Oh, very clean stuff coming out there. And RRQ Ryu right now in a little bit of a tough spectrum as he's trying to push forward, challenging Miz, and the par gets caught out first and foremost. Great securance coming in from the side of AZ Slumber. And with a little bit more two-prong attack, Echo now pushes upwards, going for the charge. He gets the clean angles. Oh, he's soaking some shots as well. Miz going back and forth as he tries to cock up a nade, and it does seem like that is going to chip out a little bit more of the health bar. AZ Slumber, they got to wrap this one quick, but that nade falls perfectly in time, and here comes GF's thigh.
Oh, okay, that was a really nice short-range nade, not gonna lie. But right now, last player of RRQ, and he will be taken out. That's RRQ eliminated. Out of the top 8 means that they land no points in this round.
Vampire Esports now chimes in. It is members of 50 Esports segregated from one another, and that is just going to be another easy picking for the side of Red Bull. Already 6 points up. And now Nova comes in for the low round and immediately getting punished by Claw. Snapbacks, they retaliated, and right now back and forth between the sides of the squad.
Calm down, people. Even though given a bigger map at these fights, they just don't stop. ASI8 on the lower ground. We have Precious here. Looking for his... It's really low too. Has been health left with the blue on top of him. I'm not sure if he can survive this one, but he must heal up right now. No nego they call it, but the Smalley will definitely flush him out. And the moment he moves out, Huzaifa will be knocked out by Domain from the other side. Leaving only one player left now for ASI8 against NetX. Sending a nade across. Oh, that's huge. That's a lot of damage there. ASI8 out.
I just love for the fact that these two teams, they kind of know each other's rotation. They love fighting outside of the blue zone because they know some of all these spots. NetX love to actually set something up. At this time, they have been rewarded so handsomely, getting all 4 members. Though that was so iffy. Like, it could have really gone wrong for both sides.
Yeah, I know, right? Plus, they played on the outside within the blue, and they're quite far away from the circle as well, so they took a big risk there. By the end of the day, it is NetX to lock in those points for themselves. Now with the circle shift, at least good news for NetX, it didn't hard shift towards the north, so it's not too far away from their current position. So that should give them a lifeline to get into the circle. It's a matter of managing the teams that are in the circle currently. And same goes for Toda as well. Coming from the left side, and that's Shin, the latest player for D Xavier, just on the left side of 9, but because of this terrain, 9 has no idea that he's there.
Yeah, and it's pretty sneaky, I would say. And overall, Toda scaling all across while the rest of the members of D Xavier scattered apart. And because of this, I'm not too sure if they really want to extend it a little bit further, because you did mention, Todak is nearby, not too far off. It's also Talon Esports, so they kind of don't really have too much of an option to really go on the mass rotation as well. And speaking of rotation, I think that they took a little too long outside of the blue zone right now. After having that scuffle, NetX now struggling to make ends meet. They kind of need to keep their health bars up there before they get themselves into the zone, else it just is going to get worse.
Now it depends on how many healing utilities do they have. But inside the zone, we have Vampire Esports against Team Secret. Mela making his debut today. Going on a knock onto Doc, where Team Secret is at. And Team Secret, they're still struggling to get into the circle. Vampire Esports will try to stop them from coming in, playing as a trio now without Dewey. On the outer side, we have a Red Bull here. Still looking at Team Secret, but NetX, look at this contra. They just fell to another team.
Oh no, the trouble continues on for the side of NetX. I guess that's the problem about rotating so late in the zone. But then again, it seems like they're actually trading back pretty well. And that's AZ Slumber, two newly promoted PN NCTs from Nepal and Malaysia going at it. And it does seem that Asmi's vehicle is currently being popped. And this is bad news. I mean, if you look at the other two members of AZ, they're also willing to soak in the blue zone, and they want more. Oh, Rex, he just rampaged through, and he finds Asby.
Oh, okay. A little bit of a road rage there. But now Toda will need to face the rage of the Xavier and Talon just next to them. Three teams in the same area right now. As Talon will move in, Achille will be the man at the forefront. Paragen will go down. And now Toda only has Kenny left as the last remaining active player. And Achille is trying to sniff him out. But Kenny, he does have DBS, a very clutchable weapon. While he's navigating through the building, securing another elimination point out of the Xavier. Cleon will go out. Now Kenny has to save 9 and Frenzy, but before that he has to deal with Achille, and he will with DBS.
Oh, very good stuff. Oh, it's risky.
He did not, right? Okay, he did not.
Oh, he's okay.
Okay.
Now he finally gets to go in for the resuscitation, but the nades are falling through. Oh, that came in too close for comfort. Boy Seal, is he going to be able to do it? He's got that M249. Why are they not closing in? Oh, there was D-Saber on top side of the hill. And no, Todak, I don't think they stand a chance anymore. But perhaps now with the revive going through, they still could fend them off.
Oh, beautiful nade there by Levi. Knocked down Kenny. And now 9, it's all alone. Needs to heal up. Managed to do so. Shin comes in with DBS, but 9 is prepared for him. 9 will lock in another point. Now D-Xavier only has that one player left. And he's on the other side. It's going to be Levi's. But here comes Talon. Oh. Here comes Alter Ego.
Everybody really wants this place of the compound because everyone just coming in from the far west. And right at this moment, upon arrival, one tap is all it took to take out Levi's. That's Big D-Saber down and out, only 3 points right now. Alpha and the rest of Alter Ego right now pushing right through. Talon versus Alter Ego. Who's it going to be? On this side is still going to be a win for Indonesia, but Rosemary, he gets the tag, and over the back, Boysil down and out.
And Alter Ego again being the cleanup crew. So far 6 elimination points for Alter Ego. Now looking for the remaining members of Talon. But they have to leave Boysil behind. La Flame, aka La Fire. Can't be on fire right now. He has to leave. But on the elimination feed, looks like another fight's happening elsewhere involving Vampire Esports. I think that's somewhere on the right side of the circle.
Yeah, and it seems like everyone's just really hugging by the edge that whoever's really around the center is just going to be really staying put and not really finding too much at all. It seems like today's tempo is still pretty fast, considering that I didn't even take notice that there's only 6 teams left.
Oh,
Stage
man.
4, 6 teams.
Wait,
it's a
what?
big map. Like, I can't see like teams next to each other other than, them hunting each other out. But hey, I'm not complaining. They could just do this all day if they want.
Hey, not at all, Contra. Not at all. I mean, I'm enjoying the action here. And because of the fact that we have 6 teams left at stage 4, and you pointed out it's Mirama, that means we have a lot of space.
Too much.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, too much. Right? I wouldn't be surprised if this is the moment where we start to kill.
Yeah, they could just, have a little bit of sunbathing if they want to. What else do you do in the desert? Based on your recent experience.
You make sand angels.
Sand angels.
Yeah, you lie
You got,
down.
so you have snow angels and then you have sand angels.
Yeah.
Do some of these sand actually sink?
Oh.
Like, I heard like there's like sinkholes and stuff.
Oh, I don't know. I
Yeah,
guess
maybe-
the only one that's sinking is my heart.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I thought that's the sinkhole into the portal from Miramar. So
Oh wow.
yeah, just a food for thought. Anyways, don't mind the babble. We're waiting for the action. Alter Ego as well as Team Flash, they got themselves into the zone.
But what's interesting about this zone is that it moves towards an elevated area. So whoever who's at the high ground will have an advantage. And I like to say Team Flash, but they have only one player there. More players of Alter Ego. And speaking about them, they stopped the final player of Talon, Love, Fire from coming in. And that leaves us with 5 teams at stage 5.
A respectable top 6 finish, but unfortunately they only walk away with that 1 point though. And this is so rare to see like players daring to just loot by the streets just because like you got too much space. The director, maybe you could take us through the entire map through like a 360 spin and like show us like what else is actually going on. And there we go, finally some action. Badru now locking Miz inside of the shack. It doesn't seem like he could really do much to get out of the crosshairs.
Yeah, just look at the angles onto him, right? I don't know how he's going to get out of this situation. Like the Smalley could flush him out, but lucky for Miz, he's behind this building, so he's still okay, shielded from the fire. But that does not mean that he's out of the sights of Alter Ego. One more stage and he'll be forced to move down anyway.
Yep. And the rest of Alter Ego boxing him in. It's already 8 points in for Alter Ego Aries. It just takes maybe just slight little effort to make it into 9. Meanwhile, I believe that to be Vampire Esports actually going up against a challenge with the rest of Team Flash by the other side of the warehouse. Speaking of which, win right now, holding them off. That split going on as these members of the NEPX finally make their way into a top 5 finish. Been a while now since the last we actually seen them, but they've always been ultra aggressive. So perhaps that aggression can overwhelm the rest of these squads. But Alter Ego Aries so far is the ones who are the big fish in the desert.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a full team and they seem to have the momentum. So they're looking good right now. But now they're coming in to finish out the final play of Easy Slumber. Jump shot, attempt, and Alpha will finish him off, leaving us with 4 teams left. And here comes another fight here involving Team Flash and Napbacks. Team Flash gun down the player. And there's going to be Domain now on his knees. Left with Claw and Rex as tops. Will be the same building as them. Whoa, what a nade! Wow.
I don't know when exactly that he cooked that one up because nobody saw that one coming. And right now it's only down to Rex. Tops. Climbing it through. All they really need to do is to flush in all together and overwhelm that one unit of Rex. As the rest have been depleted already. Only UMP in hand. And the entire Team Flash is looking to close out this account.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure about that because the UMP is not the most clutchable weapon. If he had a DBS or the L-Self-K, I might give him a bit more of a shot, but yeah, a UMP against like 3 or 4, 3 to be exact on Team Flash, definitely won't be enough for him, and he fell. Now it's stage 6, we have 3 teams. This is the fastest round so far.
I absolutely do agree with you. I mean, it is only going to work out well. Let's say if you're hiding up above a staircase and then you kind of want more bullets to deal with how many players rushing towards you. But in those kind of tight spaces, it's easier to rely on, shotgun shells just to really clear one player after another when you can still kind of defend yourself through the walls. Now, looking at the rest of the pack, Alter Ego having a field day out. 50% win rate. I think it's going to be skyrocketing. Whoa. Now it's going to be a full challenge to them as Team Flash.
Whoa. Looks like we're surely not going to need to wait until stage number 9 right now. As Team Flash only has Faust left in the building. 10% of health left, healing up. Alter Ego knows exactly where he is. 4 players in onto the same shack where Faust is at. They're looking to finish things off. Moana Oh, okay, I thought he wants to do something ambitious like throwing a pan over, but at the end of the day, Alter Ego just wants to end it quick and chicken dinner to Alter Ego.
It's just phenomenal work for Alter Ego, and once again, triumphs inside of Miramar to solidify their standings. And I believe for now, we can already pretty much book themselves a slot into the grand finals already, as they've finally got that rhythm. You know, I was kind of concerned on back at day one because they didn't really receive much of those points. Day two, looking a little sloppy. Day three, starting to get good. And today, I think that it is perfect form.
Yeah, and they ended the round at stage 6. Or was it stage 5? Stage 6. Yeah, stage 6. That is insane. By not only Alter Ego, but everyone else. But if we want to give focus on the Alter Ego, 14 eliminations. And they did not lose a single player in this round. So it's a perfect round for Alter Ego. And look at the damage by Rosemary. 1,005.
Wow, that is just crystal clear that this guy is just showing up when it matters. And overall, you also see everybody to be able to really back him up throughout all these kind of pursuits. And most often than not, a lot of all these other teams are also taking their own stance over on the outskirts, and that allows Alter Ego to also buy certain punishments at the very same time. So great work coming in for them, looking like their former glorious selves.
Yeah, this is definitely Alter Ego just having everyone else for breakfast. And the way that they played is like super aggressive, like they've been moving around, like whoever they see, they shoot, that sort of thing. Like they don't think too much about, oh, let's get into a good position. No. They just cleared everyone in their pathway, just like how a bulldozer would. And look at their travel distance, right? 11,968, way above anyone else in the top 4 teams to watch. That means they have been going around searching for eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are real hunters through the desert. And on top of that, Vampire Esports at least was a little bit more methodical as compared to the rest of them. So they would fully dissect certain areas and then eventually going for some full collapse. Now, once again, shows himself to be popping off with those damage numbers, but still, Red Bull was the one that has secured more illusions as well as damage at the same time.
Yes, the new signing. Red Bull, 7 elimination. Frankly speaking, I don't doubt that he will be able to perform with Vampire Esports. But speaking about performance, well, how can we ever doubt this guy? Rose Carey, 1,005 damage with 7 eliminations. The recent PMSL Southeast Asia FMVP is here to stay, and in this round in particular, as the MVP.
Yeah, it's been so consistent. You think about it, how many times has he been scoring, the FMVP titles? Even back in the past when, they got themselves the first championship back in PMSL, he was the main carry, and that was like, a year or two past, and he's still back at it again.
I know, right? This guy isn't stopping, isn't slowing down at all. But we also got to give props to Red Bull, also scoring 7 eliminations. Mela making his debut today with 4 eliminations. And Azmi from AZ Slumber, 4 eliminations in the top 4. And can you imagine Contra? Like you're the new kid in the international scene, Azmi. But yet, in this round, you're able to rank yourself among all these other amazing players. That's insane.
It really is. And this is just a lot of all these new bloods really trying to show the world that they are the next superstars. And, still a little bit more work to match up to Rosemary. But hey, you can't blame them. There's still more rounds to go. So we'll have to, of course, keep track of those. Vampire Esports, they managed to take 16, but of course our winners coming in huge with 24 points, followed by Team Flash, who managed to secure 10 points for themselves. And Netpex making into the top 3 is already a big statement here. Well, it is a lot of all these interesting stats on block, and because of certain absent teams, we're not really getting a total of 64, but Tops, the long distance shot of 371, fair enough to say that this is the longest in the day.
Yeah, 371 and Tops, though it's not the most important stat. But it's always nice to have your picture up there to remind everyone that, hey, you know what? I'm still around and I'm the better top here as compared to the other top. Just a bit of a flex there. But the
I
one
haven't seen that guy in a while.
I don't know. There's some rumor that he is transferring out, but it's still a rumor. Nothing's confirmed yet, so we'll leave it as that.
And because of all these applications, we get to see VPE versus BTR. They managed to take BTR out and also take their throne at the very same time. 122 points at the top. And we also have Alter Ego caught out of the chicken dinner. This is their first chicken dinner, by the way. To be able to score that, it sends them 6 spots upwards. And now they are planting themselves solidly in the top 4, breaking into the triple digits club.
Now, on page number 2, although these Xavier only scored 4 points in this round, but it's good enough to bring them up 2 notches now to number 15 with 61 points. T2K unfortunately went out very, very early, so no points for them. They go down 1 notch. Number 16 now with 58 points. But 16 is still alright because as long as you're in the top 18, that's fine. But if we were to zoom in onto the numbers, the points are still very, very close. This round, we got to give it to Nebex as the most improved team on page number 3, now at the safe spot of number 18.
But if you take a look at this is currently a tie between them as well as Boom Esports.
Ooh.
And then you got AZ 1 point right down below. It's big improvement, sure, but it's a lot of back and forth that will really decide who gets in or who gets out of the tournament. So, this is starting to get a little bit spicy on what's really going on the final page.
Yeah, so we will find out how spicy it will be in the next round. But before that, as usual, we're going to take a breather. So don't go anywhere. See you guys after this break.
No
And we're back for game number 3 in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. Contra, can you believe it? It's already 12 seasons, and I'm sure there's more to come.
For sure, for sure. I mean, there's just so many great action here brought to the very guys of Ruthless Hype Esports. Don't mind me. I mean, I just got off a break, just catching some water. And, you know, if you guys love what you guys are watching, so make sure you guys hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And be sure to also hit that like. It means a whole lot. And who knows, one day we get to see some offline finals coming in from the very best. And make sure if that ever happens, you guys will be there too. So we're going into match 21, where we're moving back into Wrangle. This time it's Group B versus Group C. So who do you think will get the favor coming into securing themselves a chicken dinner?
Oh man, after watching the first 2 games today, now I'm not sure. It feels like everybody wants blood. So I don't know, man. It's hard, right? I mean, making predictions here is never easy in the first place, but with the fact that they've been playing in this manner, it doesn't make it any easier. I'm scratching my head right now, so I don't know. It's so difficult.
Yeah, I would certainly agree that it is one of the hardest things that we have to do here in Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Now that APG is back, I think that they're feeling that, you know, all the other SEA teams are catching up. APG, they kind of want some for themselves. Well, they managed to win one fight, but that's about it. So maybe they just want to sharpen things up a little bit, and they will be able to get themselves a chicken dinner of their own.
Okay. That's a solid pick for sure. Oh man, I don't know where to start now. So hard, right? I wish production goes first, so just to like give me the elimination. Let's see, production, can you go first?
I think they're having a hard time too.
Oh,
T2K.
Hey.
Okay. They managed to actually pull some clutches yesterday, and they were looking to back themselves a chicken dinner by the tail end of it. And, it came down to the wire in the top two. So good call coming in from Prod.
Okay. Oh man, so difficult. I don't know, man.
Just pick one.
Okay. So my first pick today was Vampire. Second pick was BTR. I'll take another region. Let's go for Sem9. Let's bring it on.
Okay, Sem9. Well, they've been looking rather consistent as well, and I think yesterday there was a point where they did manage to secure a top two finish when they were battling around the third tier. Just not enough manpower to do exactly just that. So other than that, I think it's been really cool on what they've been able to accomplish in such a short time.
Yeah, and they came close in game one to score the chicken dinner as well. So I guess they have something in them that they want to prove and get the chicken dinner. And considering that they took a break in the previous round because it was A and C, so now they are back in the battleground again. So maybe they might be hungry for that chicken dinner that they almost got.
Yeah, I'm very certain that they really want to accomplish a whole lot more, and therefore it is definitely a daunting task when you saw like even the last couple of games. You start to see all these PNMC teams really putting up those big volumes, and it's making all these other veterans feeling like, hey, there's a lot to catch up on. So that being said, though, it is a really tough contest, and especially for those who are fighting against elimination, maybe, just maybe, there's some name that missed out. The Savior, if they're going to be in this game, I feel like they need to really push even further because they're kind of in the brink of it once again.
Yep. So maybe that will also motivate them to really do well this round, right? So, I mean, there's so many reasons to it. But what we have been seeing throughout today is that, yes, a team does well, and then they just lose because there were like so many fights happening at one place. The third party comes in, the fourth party comes in, and all that. So even though if they can perform, but, after a particular fight, and if they are not able to reset in time, another team comes in, it's always difficult, even for the best teams in the world.
I absolutely agree, man. Like, it is just grueling on how many rounds these guys have to play day in, day out. And it gets even more frustrating, especially, like, say, if you've been trying everything and nothing seems to work as according to what you thought would, then it is just hard for them to really fully navigate, like, what exactly is going to be the right formula for them to really get themselves to where they should be. So, yeah, a lot of work to be done. But hey, speaking of which, we'll have to find out for ourselves if they will be able to really pull up ahead. And we're going to be on our way here in Miramar.
Yeah. 20 seconds before we get back on to the dusty dunes of Miramar. So I would expect to see a similar pace as compared to like the first two rounds that we have seen, right, for this Miramar. So something for us to check out as we jump into it, and for the teams to show us what they're made of. Let's go.
Another deep dive. We got a helicopter coming in from the back as well to complement. Well, usually there's two. So this time around, we're getting a little bit teaser yet again, as this white path will take us through the river, coming in from the edges of Milta Power. heading into Primas. It's kind of like the other day where they're just giving us a little bit of tease. So skewer towards the south side. Now, my eyes are on that city of Novorotnoy again. Talon hopping up, but are they going to be joined by somebody else when they move in? Because it's been 3 teams already that loves fighting for those spots, and I can't wait to see what happens next.
All right. Okay. So a bit of a correction there. So we're actually back onto Irango here. So anyway, since it's Irango, right? It's a smaller map as compared to Mirama. So we can expect to see a pace just like how we saw in the first Irango, or actually throughout the day. It feels pretty much the same. But first fights, where will it happen? It might happen around the area of Ferry Pier again, as there are 2 different teams heading towards the direction. Or maybe not. Or maybe somewhere in... Oh, wait a second. Hang that thought. Look at the area around Farm. There's like, what, 3-4 teams there. We're going to get one of them on screen. Telkom DG Alliance against NEPX.
Wow, and right at this very moment, there's just all these back and forths going on, and that circle's appearing 50-50 from mainland to the island, and it's just full rowdy push coming in from the side of CD Alliance. Because Sims only got a pistol, is the last one standing. Can he actually stand tall in the fight? Now, he brings in the Bison, and he does get it to save the day for Telkom DG Alliance.
Well, but we're not over yet with the fights. 7-9 out against 4 Thrives, and T2K going up against ASI8 somewhere else, as 7-9 will lock in an elimination point. But make that 2 elimination points right now. Now on screen is going to be T2K rushing in, and it's going to be 1 player of ASI8 on the other side. T2K has 3 active players going up against a pistol. It should be quick work by T2K to finish off ASI8.
Indeed it is, and oh Lord. It is going to be 7-9 right now, corralling right down the bottom side. And we've seen this fight for the control of Ferry Pure so many times already. The last time about 4 tries back in Wrangle here. Didn't seem like they've been able to actually get too much being done, but they are hunkering down. Rest of 7-9 looking forward for a potential push eventually, but it doesn't seem like they've been able to really get the hang of it just yet.
Okay, are we going to get a bit of a chill time now, or are we going to see the next one? Okay. Yep, there you go. So Vex took out a player of 4 Thrives, and that's going to be Niash Pro on the ground right now with 7-9. Very sure the fact that they have the numbers. They are rushing in right now to finish things off with Vex, or the latest player, or the latest signing of 7-9. Now, in the same building. 2 left, and they should be able to make quick work out of them. But let's see if 4 Thrives can actually fight back.
Hoping that they would be able to really get us a little bit of those action that we're expecting. And holding over onto the stairwells, Nyash also trying to go in for a wraparound. Trying to fake that he's going to be hopping out. So he's going to be having that double angle hole. So 7-9 hesitant on this push. I wonder if they're really going to fully commit. Really backs the question right now. For most part, doesn't seem like it's highly likely just yet. And they're making some shots back and forth. And finally, they decide to send at least a member to go in for a check.
And there you go. 7-9 will win the fight against 4 Thrives by the cost of losing 1 player, Piran. 4 points to the hands of 7-9, and calm down, people. Calm down. You just won it. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. But now we have the time to just look at the circle and talk about it. And this circle is likely to be a mid to the base circle. So it's going to be fun. But there's also a chance they might pull up to the main peninsula. So it's still kind of 50-50 though.
Yeah, it's always going to be that rough decision for them. But for 7-9, I mean, staying put in Ferry Pure is going to be great. Since they've already won that duel, they don't really have to worry about other teams pushing. But then again, there's one Donkey as well as AZ Slumber over on the corner. And then up north, MVK is also coming around. Oh, we finally get a little bit of a cycling actions coming from the other side. And it seems to me that some of these guys, they're just hoping that they could actually get a little bit of a exchange falling right through. And for now, coast is clear. AZ Slumber hoping to bypass. And it's going to be a interesting duel if it does erupt, because Boing Donkey, they're having Potato to go on the white wrap. I think he's actually taking the boat to move into the island.
A BTR already in the island. Now against Talon. But Talon, who dropped in Novo, looks like they're going to challenge BTR, but good move here by Mr. Bumblebee, whoever he is, taking the highest spot. But looks like Razy needs to check his driving license.
Well, there's a little bit of a bump over onto this course, and it doesn't seem like it really phases them all too much in essence. So, pretty decent work so far.
Okay.
I guess I beg to defer, but hey, they managed to get the wheels back up. So good work, BTR.
That was a magical car.
I wish we actually have that in real life. I mean, like, you just have car bumps on each other, no scratches whatsoever, and then voila, you're just gonna be okay. Your car, you could just get them out of ditches.
Okay. But somebody's not okay. It's the Vikings. As one player of DX just took him out, but Shin now on the ground as well. Trang will be in the same situation. And looks like DX playing the defensive role. And so far so good. Shin is in the building anyway, so DX should be able to pick him up.
True enough, and as much as MVKE wants to do a whole lot more, there's not much of an avenue of play. D-Saber, they love playing outside of this Pachinki grounds, and they kind of want to, of course, hunt out for a whole lot. And MVKE should have actually known better that, you know, around these territories, it's always going to be DX, and it's just a friendly pan over on the bottom to their fellow brothers back at home in Vietnam.
I have my suspicion that DX is Lamborghini.
Me too. Like, back then, we've always wondered, like, where does Lamborghini go? And I'm not too sure whether if it's actually him, because most often than not, he will be the main man of the roster, right? And I thought, like, hey, did he go missing or so? It should be him, right?
Yeah, it should be. I mean, DX, you know, he's like the mascot of DX. Good looking, perform, you know, good package. It's too bad he's not single anymore.
Good package, huh?
Oh yeah.
Well, I guess they have their good time back in the past where they absolutely dominated the PMSL, and here comes a huge Geronimo coming in from the hovercraft, and the rest of AST, the pond exit, they get taken down, and now Boysil gets to claim over the hovercraft.
Oh, and at the same time, while all that was happening, 100% military base circle, ladies and gentlemen. So everybody in the main peninsula will need to relocate themselves all the way down south. Talon will be glad to be here, but Mochi wishes that he can just teleport himself. Unfortunately, now he's fought all the members of AZ, and that was a very interesting move.
Just a very massive push from the rest of the team right now, battling for their kill side, and it's Boom Esports trying to retaliate, but Shin is just way quicker. That's on the last drop of the bullet as well, this time finding Zero over on the other side of the shack. Wastes no time, sending more members inside of the Saber to really close in. At Zero, he finds it back. Paragin, he got seeked out, and it's just going to be a big clutch to try to find a little bit more, but D-Saber, they land their number 6. Just like that, settles the score, and now into the top 12.
And just like that as well, Boom Esports eliminated. Another team that needs more points to survive. But it's a very interesting evolution of Boom Esports, and it's something that I'm not used to, considering that Boom Esports, at some point, they were one of the more dominant teams in Southeast Asia, but this time it's a very different performance by Boom.
Yeah, and consider the fact that there's not many major roster shuffles coming in. Like, this is a little bit unlikely of their nature to kind of play like that. But then again, you gotta also think about them having one more extra day to play with, but it's starting to get a little bit riskier. When push comes to shove, D-Saber, they always confirm, and this is where there's the battle of the bridge, and Palace are having to caught out. No position for him to find any cover, and the rest of Team Flash trying to puncture this cover trap, but it's so tanky. They finally hop out, and LaFire tries to land the fireball. It will go down. Talon being crushed by the spark of brilliance of Team Flash.
Oh, I see the reference there. The spark is bigger than the fire. But now T2K, they'll need to find their own spark because they're still on the main peninsula with AZ Slumber around them. Together with D-Xavier on the other side as well. And at the same time, the blue is going to greet them and to find a way to make their bodies across. But with the fact that AZ Slumber is still here, I don't know how are they going to cut across, because there's a big chance that AZ Slumber will play the gatekeeping role while they still can.
Yeah, they could do that as long as they really want to. APG on that 2-2 split, so confident in doing so as well, because they know a lot of teams, they haven't made it over onto the mainland, and they are willing to stall out and make them fight each other by the blue zone, which they happily do because they know that, hey, I don't think we're getting in, so might as well take up more fights, just like how T2K is currently doing.
Yeah, and now T2K now in the blue as well. Ajaya will go down, and they will still spend time in the blue, while East is playing the guarding role at the bridge on the left side, all alone, while his other teammates are on the island. So he will still have a backup plan to exit whenever he wants to. But D-Xavier now claiming their 7th invitation point, and they're looking for more right now with the 2 remaining members of T2K right in front of them from afar. Now they have to cut across D-Xavier, which is going to be a tall order for T2K.
Yeah, and the problem is T2K is also running out of meds, so it's going to be very difficult for them to survive. But what they really want to do is deny those points. D-Xavier, right now, when we talk about them, almost at the brink of that red line. They're still pushing forward while the rest of South continue alive. Now, sneaks their route with the fire and the flames tossed right at them. Oh, he flashed out on the push, and it's going to be my beginning. Oh, so close. Not connecting.
Oh, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Quick works there. But now we return back to D-Xavier, who's in the fight with T2K. T2K only has that one player left, very low on health, and Shin will land the final blow. T2K eliminated. But at least they bring back 6 eliminations with them.
There's still 2 more members to play out. I wonder if they could actually find enough time to actually get into the island. Keep in mind, APG's been holding it for a very long time. Team Flash, they are within the island. They got themselves those 7 points, and they're feeling rather confident on how this one plays out. The rest of MVKE now moving forward. They have tracked the rest of the X and say, you know what? You took out a brother early on. We're going to gatekeep you out.
I saw what they tried to do there. They tried to rush, but there was a case back in between. But still, they won't back out of D-Xavier. They took one down. One more to go of D-Xavier. On the other side, the Vikings, now they don't want to make the mistake again. This time, they will make a bigger turn, rushing towards D-Xavier. And it's going to be Shin, the final player of D-Xavier. Can he actually pull this one? Good. Superman goes down. Shin, can he actually do it? But the answer is no by Woonty.
All the points now being denied. A big advancement coming from Vikings to take out their main rivals back in their hometown. And now the coast is clear, literally. Well, not exactly fully clear. There's still some members of AZ Slumber. And of course, MVKE, who has yet to move into the zone, but I guess it won't take too long for them to do so. APG now needs to cut their way in. Doc, I think he spots out one of the members of 7-9, or maybe even 2 of them, which is why that they're staying by the corner trying to zone them out. But take a look at the zone. Team Flash has full control.
Oh, but 7-9, they don't. And they're caught on the outside of the blue. And we're talking about stage 4 right now. It's starting to hurt. They're being gatekept by Alpha Gaming. It's going to be pretty difficult for Fax to get out of this situation. And not only Zio, but Doc is playing the active approach of just gathering more information for his team. So they know for sure that 7-9 and at least the final player, now that Almazar has been eliminated, is still there.
I just really like the way that APG likes to really spread themselves because they're so confident in each of these individuals that Ease got himself an easy catch, and now it's already 4 points. Get that quick restock. He says, thank you very much for sending me some Christmas presents so early. It's only August. I mean, it's a couple of months away before we actually celebrate that. Let's get Buta down to bandages already, so it is going to be very tough for him to actually cross over, trying to find a pickup. Meanwhile, speaking of pickup, Razy gets the finishing touch, and that will be the end for 7-9.
Well, there goes my prediction again. But my previous prediction, BTR is still in the game. Alpha Gaming as well, and now they're moving into the circle. They see Voin, East gets Gachor, 1 knockdown, and that's go time for Alpha Gaming.
Alpha Gaming having that 2-2 split going on. They've managed to spot out both Federalis as well as Optimus. Despite that kind of exchange, it does draw a little bit of blood over on the side of Voin Donkey. APG now on the hillside, being the third parties on the block. They can afford to really take it slow. I mean, this is stage 4. Stage 4 already feeling like, you know, we're about to get ourselves into a very quick top 4 as well if they really succumb themselves into that tick battle right down under. AZ Slumber, that final member, is still struggling. We can see that he's barely hanging on. I wonder if that player has been able to cut over the bridge just yet. Whereas, White Donkey now on the firm hole. The moment that he peeks out, it seems like he immediately gets tagged. And right now, Refus sees that rotation coming in from the final member. Gachakuta did manage to get into the island safely.
And BTR now playing the gatekeeping role against Voin Donkey with this high ground advantage. As the next circle will shift in about 30 more seconds. If they continue to stay here, Voin Donkey will have a very hard time. Not only because of the high ground that BTR is holding right now, but they also need to cross that road, so it's going to be pretty difficult. While we wait for that to happen, let's check out what's happening here between Team Flash and APG.
Team Flash, they have firm control of the sector. They don't really have to really push on out and about. But if they really want to, they might be able to actually find Doc being right down there alone. Finally get a little bit of update. I believe Bose will still be in the middle of it all. And sure enough, that circle pulls outside of the military base. That leaves the rest of AST needing to really push up the hillside to eventually challenge the rest of Team Flash. Whereas, take a look at BTR. This is going to be a tough maneuver because they got to pick their fights right now. Is it going to be APG, or do they really take it slow, try to hold down to the south side where you don't really get too much of a grass to cover?
I like how that you mentioned the name Bows as Bo, because I remember asking him the same question and he did say that it's Bo. And every one of us went like, how is that Bo?
Well, take out the Z then.
Yeah, and the W.
Well, I guess it's close enough, right? Like bow and arrow kind of bows. So that's it. Vikings now. Next one to falter. We're already down to 6 teams. So as we talked about that Team Flash member, he is still running out and about. Zio's going to be able to find one. Now this is going to be a big fight. Voin Donkey versus APG, and BTR is also in the mix. They're looking to really put a dent to the rest of Voin Esports.
Yeah, and this was the position that we talked about, right? Like BTR having the high ground against Voin, and now Voin is having a hard time. And without further ado, BTR will eliminate them. But now they need to deal with APG on the left side. But I wonder if APG will be interested to climb up to this high ground. They might not, because they have a safer option of just being at where they are or where Refus is at.
Yeah, and I think that they really could just take their sweet time. Like, they have just about enough cover for the meantime. So long as BTR doesn't push towards the direction, they do have no need to really traverse anywhere at all. Meanwhile, Delta decides to swing right behind BTR, and this is where it gets a little bit feisty. Zio going toe-to-toe, but it's pretty an out of the angle coming from Federalis, securing that one.
slowly raining down. Only one member side of AST left, while there is Bose pushing upwards. And this is where we see some of all these Titans come out to play. And Bigtron by Vitality has been really taking from control. I like the stances that they're taking. Very precise, very controlled. And it really feels like, you know, all these muscles are starting to grow some brains on top of it.
Wow. Okay. Let's see who will grow brain or muscle here in this fight between Team Flash and APG. And APG, full squad against Team Flash that has a compound. And APG, they're looking to flush out the members of Team Flash. Nade up nade, lobbed into the building. But nothing connected. House might be pressured to move outside, but the smoke is still active, so he has a little bit more space. But here comes Refuse. But the moment he steps in, Zeus or Hugh dealt with him.
Very quickly done, and now down to one member left. Tops, trying to find Dial over on the back, and oh, Doc, he gets clipped out as well. Tops, he's going to be able to really stop the rest of APG. That somehow, that member is still alive right down the bottom. Team Flash now goes in for the full clearance. It's already 11 points, and they're looking to dominate this match.
And BTR, full team. This is the best chance for BTR to lock in another chicken dinner for themselves. And from afar, it's going to be Optimus taking out Tops. And there's only one player on APG left. Come on, it has to be BTR. Unless if Doc can somehow pull off an insane clutch.
I like how all three of our votes end up in the top three, and right now, BTR is looking to secure it. Doc holding firm. He gets a little bit more damage. He's not coming for a great, but supplement him just about enough. He's pretty much box right through, and he gets rampaged by Optimus with the final stop. Bigtron by Vitality walks away with a chicken dinner. And I thought that you vote for BTR. Actually went for 7-9, right? But hey, doesn't matter. BTR, they get the big fat win.
Yeah, I picked BTR in the round before, and that's the round that they did not perform at all. You guys are just unkind. I'm sad.
They just know that, yeah, maybe it's not time yet. Sir Cloud, if you believe us a little bit more, you could have actually got your first point.
Well, then all the other teams will say the same, right? And I'll be like, come on, guys. I only have one token every round, okay? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. But it's a very different performance of BTR as compared to the Miramar match, from a 0 round all the way to a chicken dinner. And with the fact that they did not start with the circle, it is a military base circle for BTR, but still able to come up with the chicken dinner. Not the sexiest of amount of eliminations, but hey, a chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you gotta also remember that this is a military-based ending where it is hard to really find some big avenues unless, like, you know, you be some of the teams like the Savior that is willing to really risk your life playing outside the zone to really catch up all the other teams that are coming in rather late. And BTR, they take the wiser choices, like, you know, you don't really have to take the hard route when you can actually play it straightforward from the island. And I just love their control. Initially, it was really Team Flash that had majority of the zone. And then BTR, they come in from that left wing, slowly storm their way out, take out APG, and then the rest was history. I felt like Team Flash, they could have actually waited for some better moments for them to really be involved.
Yeah, I guess so, right? But to a certain extent also, we can see the activity of BTR as well. Like, they really want to lock out teams, so it was kind of difficult for Team Flash at some point. But still, if we look at the teams to watch, Team Flash is placed above BTR. So that means that they managed to collect a lot more eliminations, enough, in fact, to overtake BTR when it comes to overall score.
Yeah, and it's super impressive. I mean, Team Flash, they got those big double digits. And on top of that, the ones that wins huge outside of the zone was actually the Savior instead. Well, APG was the one that denied any form of entry. And I guess they did just about enough to have the same point tally as BTR, and even more so in the damage department.
But the same amount of eliminations, though, 7 apiece between BTR and APG. But of course, if you want to compare like APG, they were a lot more active. Like they did a lot more work on the left side bridge. They gate kept other teams. They had to take fight after fight to come into the circle. So it was a lot of work done by APG. Hence, that's why the amount of damage is higher on that side. But that one individual who had the most damage and the most eliminations is Tops from Team Flash.
I guess you can call him the top scorer right now.
Ooh.
700 damage being done alongside with only 5 utils. I felt like the lack of utils is quite common when you see them playing inside the island because you just rely back on raw aim. So that damage number just is sufficient enough for Team Flash to really keep everybody else at bay. But it just requires them to really land finishing touches in order to just walk away with dinner. So that, of course, helped by BTR. But the rest of these titles is going to be up here with our top performers being Tops, DX, Zio, and Win. So still a vast majority coming in from Vietnam.
Yep. We have Tops and the mysterious DX, which we believe is Lamborghini. And we have Win from the Vietnamese region. And we have Zol in between them as our top players in this round. But our match leaderboard, 13 eliminations for Team Flash, the only team that has a double-digit score when it comes to the eliminations, bringing them 18 points in total. And that's the reason why they're above BTR in terms of points collected. But BTR, they're only 1 point behind them. 17 points collected in this round, followed by Alpha Gaming with 13 points. So that's the triple-digit club. It's unfortunate that ASI is the only team that failed to score a single point this round.
Yeah, it is kind of rough. I mean, sometimes certain teams will say, I'm kind of thankful I got taken out early because I don't want to play inside of the island anyways, right? So it depends on how they look at it. But of course, it really hurts when you actually walk with 0 points. And ASI, I think they're in the danger zone. They need to do a whole lot more. So they need to really find a way to improve and not to come to fights with T2K or even other teams at all in the span of the early stages of the match.
And this is also the lowest throwables used that we have seen so far, 7T. Normally before this, it's going to be a triple digit, but a double digit is definitely a rare sight. But because BTR, from a 0 to a chicken dinner, now they're back on top, sharing the same amount of points as Team Flash, both of them at 130 points at the very top.
Yeah, I was actually taking notice of this early on when I was calculating, because of the elimination numbers coming from Team Flash, they are going to be able to force it into a tie. So it really was down to the wire. So they definitely want to settle scores later on. APG also massive improvements with 114 points, followed by AST now jumps slightly into the top 8, while the only big winners out of the many is D-Saber. They continuously scale, now pushing 2 more spots upwards. So are they safe enough already? We got to take a look at what's the current standpoint for number 18.
Yeah, so on page 2, the one that we can see is T2K64. So naturally, we'll go lower than that. 18, to answer your question, is 58. And Boom Esports is there, sharing the same amount of points as NetX, also 58 points. But again, the points are not far for teams like Boing Donkey or Boing Esports, that is. 52 and Homeboys and even ASI 8. Unfortunately, Hora Esports have not been playing yet today. So hopefully they'll be back in the following round for them to have a chance to catch up to the points now that the gap is starting to be wider for them.
Now, I really do wonder if they will even play at all. So hopefully if they do, they will be able to bounce back up. You know what? We'll get back into the action real quick after a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere.
To the ring. Step into the ring.
And here we are back at the desk, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. And we're here still with you. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. And you know what? During
What's
the break, I was like, just casually browsing social media and I saw an announcement by BTR
Oh, what's that announcement about?
that Redface joins BTR.
Oh,
So one of those names out there could be Redface. We just don't know who.
I think I kind of know who that is. If that's the case, is it Coach Ken? I think it's very, very well the case, right? For most part. So, yep. If that's probably so, then I'm definitely looking forward for even more news. If it's more than just Coach Ken that's currently, Red Face that's currently playing for the roster, because he's been that veteran that's been in the scene for a while. I think like his early glory days was back in EVOS, and after that, even in Prestige, he's been doing super well. So definitely loving what he offers.
Yeah, I'll second that as well, right? Because there's a record of Coach Ken has always been like these new players, like Federales. Before he was announced, he used that account, and Ryan did the same as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Redface. So yeah. But speaking about BTR, they're taking a break this time because we're going to re-roll the groups again. We're back onto A versus B. And so far today, none of us has got our prediction right.
Yeah, it's been a little tough to actually get the order right. But moving into Miramar, I think certain teams definitely have some good momentum. And I'm looking at Team Secret. So far, despite them being challenged by T2K, it doesn't seem like it actually deters them anything at all. And if they don't get the chicken dinner, they usually walk away with, a good start of 4 points, so to speak. So I feel like they're definitely on the roll. But Vampire Esports, though, they've been up and running, but then again, can they close the chicken dinner? I think this is where I vote for them. VPA.
Ooh, okay. The Vampires. Oh man, so hard. Okay, but I want to fill up the page one with chicken dinners, right? So let's bring on Tribe Aero Messi.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Good call. Now, Trap Air Messi definitely has shown that they have been able to really score some really good chicken dinners throughout their run, especially here inside Miramar. And then there was a couple of top 4 situations for themselves as well. So yeah, I kind of forgot to actually go for this sort of pick. So good onus. I mean, we hope that they will be able to really rack something up, especially it's been a little bit of a drought coming in from SA, so maybe it's about time to get themselves that win.
And it's about time for us to get into Miramar, people. Let's head on to it without further ado. And I just want to drop a few rumors here, right? So the post that I saw Redface in, so he took a picture with the other teammates, but in that same picture, there's no Sata, there's no Ryan. So I'm just saying, so I don't know whether are they still in the roster or not, or are they just playing without feelings, like how they can do so just because they're BTR.
Yeah, I mean, they can afford to do what they want because right now they are currently sitting at the top of the table. Honestly, if they sit out for even 3 games, I don't think that it affects them at all. They will still be in the grand finals with those triple-digit marks. But hey, it's all about the integrity of playing through the circuit, no matter the cost, whether you fall sick or not, then maybe you get some substitutions, right? So the show continues, and this time we have the flight path coming from the southwest all the way into the Oasis. So I still say that this is a fair enough shot because for these teams, most likely not, we don't get to see certain ones drop into Impala, and that's okay. I mean, you can end up in El Pozo, you can end up in Jabasera, speaking of which. A couple of times we've seen teams challenge APG, and after that, they decided not to anymore. After, you know, a couple of failed attempts, APG are still monsters in Miramar.
Ooh. Speaking about monsters, right? I wonder if the monstrosity will happen up north. Look at the amount of teams there. Omi spots, Tribe or Messi, we have homeboys around the same area, so there's a potential fight. And now we're going to zoom in onto RRQ. So Napico is on screen right now, and Tins is on the other side though, but he's alone.
Huh. And it is a very daunting task when you have to really hold it out all by himself. And we'll have to see what he's be able to convert. And speaking of conversions, there goes in, trading 1-for-1, and Nugget immediately secures it in this battle for Hacienda.
Everyone loves nuggets. Nobody that I know of doesn't like nuggets.
Yeah. And this one is pronounced nougat, right? Like, which is like, you know, those kind of sweet condiments that you have in Europe. And I'm not sure if you tried some of them. I mean, like, it's rather nice, not too sweet. Very simple. Just up my alley.
Wow. Luckily, it's your alley and not up your appetite.
My appetite. Speaking of appetite, I'm really getting myself hungry here. Haven't eaten a single grain of rice trout today, now that I recall. Actually, no. I had something before we start the show. And yeah, I'm still hungry.
That's Contra in his appetite, ladies and gentlemen. So if anyone wants to send him pizza, you know you can slide into his DMs.
Pizza will be real good right now. I mean, yeah. Well, maybe we can grab one after. We'll have to see.
You've been really trying to date me tonight, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, two lonely people just hanging out. Why not?
Well, I mean, if it's a date, I wouldn't mind a ride.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, we'll see. We'll get you a ride. So many demands.
Looks like RRQ, they hits a ride in front of the Vikings, though. But wait a second. Wait. Oh, okay. There was a blink and you miss it moment. Like, the Vikings, they had the first shot, but all of a sudden, RRQ just followed up, and that was the end of Bounty.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick double up. Just like that. And they decided, okay, we lost 2 members. It's time to bail out. They lost the fight, and they don't want more. And that's the power of RRQ in Miramar. I always feel like they have a certain buff when they play this map for some reason. And I just can't really put my finger on it.
And he was alone, though. So, I mean, in regular fashion, like if you're alone, I believe that he wouldn't have pulled that trigger. But I guess I'll just leave it to like, okay, he was just being adventurous and trying out his aim.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. And despite all these sorts of trials, some of these teams were looking to get themselves into the mix of it. Seems like they've been able to at least find certain maneuvers across the map. And other than that, you know, early game, Miramar is going to see a balance low, but in RS, apparently not, as they're looking for a pinned out over onto mastery. Nikki TZ going for the chase, but the repick is good. Oh, the shred comes through, but not quite enough, where Nikki TZ finds it once again. Thank you for the vehicle.
But I love the movement by Nikki earlier on. Like, he really played with his angles there. Like from the left to the right. But the moment Poppy shows up at the high ground, takes down Nikki, and now he's out in the open. The only way for Limboy or his other teammates to save him is to win this fight against Boom Esports, and they have to do it quick.
Yeah, they gotta ensure that they go in with haze right now. And it's just a wide spread that makes it a little bit more awkward Fajar now looking to secure the number over onto the side of Nikki while Limboy sneaks his way around. He needs to find the timing. Jamils is a little too far as well. This is not looking all too good for the rest of Homeboys.
Not at all. Now Limboy is down as well. Doesn't help that the fact that they are not in the circle. They're about 2,000 meters away, so that's pretty far. But they choose to continue to take this fight against Boom Esports with the FMVP Yummy down. Here comes the rest of Boom Esports. Shamil gets bombed. Can he actually get another one from the lower ground with his shotgun? And becomes the hero of Homeboys. The big boy Shamil. Not able to land that shot, unfortunately.
Oh, that came so close, but here comes Tai Long. He's so far away. Can he find a dent? Doesn't seem like he's been able to actually capitalize the situation, but he's sending those tags. Further commitment coming in. Boom Esports punctured up. Can they go in for the save? Finally, 2 points for Boom Esports. It's been a day of struggling for the Indonesian squad.
Oh, it's going to be even a bigger struggle for the Vikings right now. Now that they have RRQ onto them. And Drum, UMP gameplay gets Nugget. And he at least get another one, but before that he will finish up Nugget, securing that point for himself and for his team. And looks like they continue to fight on. Now RRQ only has Lapar and the Pickle going up against Drum.
Oh, not much of being left right now on the table. RRQ back up against the wall. Hurts a footstep. And Yerk is trying back over on the monster truck. Tries to swoop his way through, but he decides not to, play around the vehicle anymore. He's just looking for a straightforward flush. 1 versus 1. Oh, so close.
Oh,
not quite finding it though.
Mano right now. It's like a standoff right now. Let's see who will win this one at the end of the day. Lapar with the snake being cooked up. Where is he going to toss it, or what angle is he going to use? He's going towards the stairs, but nobody's home. Still a 1v1. But here comes the cavalry. And Drang, you could use some backup. And here is the SLK. And you'll fall. And that's RRQ winning the fight. But now they have to deal with the blue. At the same time, they dealt with Superman. Okay. And with that, the Vikings out.
Wow, managing to really navigate their way through. That was just a full showing of mastery and complete understanding of their surroundings. Meanwhile, we move over to the side of Team Secret. They managed to back 3. As we got so many happenings around the map, we get ourselves a little bit of update. We managed to find a couple more over the corners of... Or exactly could that be? Well, over in the center. Vampire Esports right in front of them. Everyone's moving towards the direction of Los Lunas at this point in time. So ComTG Alliance, they were happy that they didn't really have to move too far off. Meanwhile, Todak will take claim of the south side. So that's a lot of real estate that they've gotten for themselves. Alter Ego as well as M9 neck and neck. And same goes to the rest of ASD charging towards Mazzy, who was all alone. Boom Esports is so far away. That was a long trade that they had. And they need to just soak in some of that blue damage. Hopefully they have enough resources to get by.
And they're the only team now taking the blue damage. But they should be fine, I guess. The last we checked, they have a decent amount of space to work with. And they should have enough utilities. It is stage 1, stage 2, so it's still fine. But on the right side, where Impala is at, we have a lurker there called Moana. But after getting information that 7-9 is around with a full squad, I guess that's why he left.
True enough, and I guess there's no full constellations for any team to be really committing into, sub top 8 kind of fight. Other than, if you get those clean angles. And right now, priority is really securing better grounds into the zone. Ideally into the south side of Los Lunas, if possible. Alpha Gaming, they're the only ones taking charge over the far west, and that is the entry point of Void Esports, and they might just succumb into this trapping set all the way high up. And that is a great spot on over Potato. Lets him pass for this point in time, and now Potato pretty much out in the open, but it's getting further and further away from the crosshairs of Doc. He's not going to be able to really do too much damage, but still a little bit of chip over onto that member of Void Esports.
Oh, that was kind of close. But I wonder if he's in the circle or not. I think he is. Looks like he's adjacent to APG, but now APG, they're making their move. But we're gonna check out what's happening on the right side of the circle. Alter Ego blocking Sam9 from coming in. And even if Sam9 moves away from Alter Ego and they rotate all the way down south, they need to face off against Toda.
Yeah, there's just so many clusters coming out there over the southeastern corner map. Meanwhile, nobody really wants to play around Lost on this, but it's being pushed back into the city. Cellcom Digital Alliance once again being directly in the middle, sharing it alongside with the members of 4 tribes, while we have ourselves all these commitment coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming against Point Donkey yet again. Doesn't seem like they really want to partake in a long extended duel just yet. The rest of Todak says we don't want to be involved at all. They will drive their way into the city if they could. Well, Todak scours around, sees perhaps a potential of having a certain spot up there. And 7-9 now, a very, very tough predicament all the way far down south, just by the side of the blue zone, and we're already seeing the exchange follow true. Todak, get a little something returned.
Oh. But Toda is now being lurked by Triper Messi. He just arrived right behind Toda. They're cooking up this need. It's a bit too ambitious, I guess. But actually, it did chip a bit of damage out of 9, so that's not too bad. Forcing 9 to move away. Not in the best position. In fact, they're on the lower ground right now, but because of how rough this terrain is, Triper Messi can't get a good clear shot.
Yeah. It's just so technical on how these teams are really handling this current situation. And so far, they've been having pretty much a great protocol to keep themselves safe. And right now, Rick just needs to find a quick wrap around in order to spot out the rest of these members of Todak. Meantime, Nella now takes out Badger, 2 top fraggers at each other's throat.
And just took out Badru just like that. And now Rosemary is caught in the building, still below of Vampire Esports. All they need to do right now is just to wait for the zone to force Rosemary out. But if you check out the minimap, there's another team closing in. Say hello to Triper Messi.
Well, hello. Lazarus right now, accompanied by Mela over on the corner. The rest of ASD now looking for a push for Rick, first casualty. Where did Red Bull come from? I didn't see it in the map, and right now Mela is just absolutely overwhelmed. Remember, stacked up against him, right up in the forefront, but Red Bull finds it back. Damage being done, and this nade is absolutely perfectly angled towards the direction.
Oh, and he got Delta as well. Nice trap set up here by Red Bull and Co. Joe is now the final player active for Triper Messi. But Vampire Esports, they will lose Mela. Nevertheless, Joe right now, 50% of health. Here comes Toda! Blanca! And that is the end of Vampire Esports as Toda came by. But Rosemary, wait a second. Did he just came out and took advantage of the whole situation?
It might just be it, and that moment was so poetic for the side of Toda to find that perfect opening to crash through the gates. Now, it further solidifies the point that it will be an urban ending for all these players. And there's just so many of them that needs to come into the city. And take a look at most of these teams' position. They're guarding the coast of it. 4 tribes, CD Alliance, Team Secret. They got a lot of work to do to deny these entry. APG is going to brute force their way in.
Okay, the next team that needs to brute force their way in besides APG is probably going to be 7-9 down south. Todak is thinking the same, but at least they have a representative already in the circle so they can follow through from there. But inside of Lost Learners now, yeah, so the outside we still have Alpha Gaming, 4 tries in front of them. And 4 tries might be the team that tries or will try to block out Alpha Gaming from coming in.
And it seems like somebody has spotted out Ziol as well. That kind of puts it to a stop for now. Alpha Gaming need to go in to commit to this battle. Will Doc holding out the rest of 7-9. Slowly limping in, and Amazon's looking to confirm a number out of the squad of APG. Well, that recovery is also connecting for the top side for 7-9, so they are definitely getting themselves that perfect set while they take one down from the side of APG. All these long-range battles is just so tense between these teams.
Oh yeah, and added the fact that they are all on the outside of the circle is going to be a big challenge for these two teams. Now, somebody has to bow out for sure. We have Peace here on the higher ground inside the shack, but the nade's being cooked up in front of him. It's going to be Fex sending a nade across, and it landed beautifully into the shack, knocking down East. Now it's going to be Fex and Joe.
7-9 is absolutely in the zone right now. The way that they actually handle the positioning of APG is really making them hurt a whole lot. And right now, 7-9, despite them being back against the wall, they're having just about enough pressure to try to crack this case. But Satria goes down. Oh, this might just be the turning point for APG. Refus fights back, and he gets the shred all the way from down under over onto Fex Cry.
Okay, Yuhai and Refus with a shotgun onto Yuhai, knocking him down immediately. Will be finished off with the Scar L. But Refus, he has to be extra careful. He's being shot at from the other side. And guess where he came from? It's Boboy from Celcom DT Alliance.
Skillful execution. CD Alliance have been waiting for so long for these kinds of opportunity, and they finally found it. Looking at the rest of the field, though, still not quite clear into getting themselves into the zone. Reds, Zyle getting himself healed up. Not too sure if he could actually retrieve his fallen comrade, because he now has to play for himself. Amazal goes in to confirm the number. Refus out, so that means there's only one player left. Zyle's gonna go toe-to-toe. Amazal, the only put it in this deep, and he actually cuts it. It's running out of space, and now he goes for a wraparound. He gets tapped down. APG, they've done it, but then again, Zyle goes down to CD Alliance.
Oh man, whoever Boboy is, he has been stealing away eliminations from that distance, from the inside of the circle. Now, speaking about the circle, it shifted again. Voin is on the outside right now. It's time for them to find a way to get in. And if they go up north, it's going to be Team Secret. Down south, it's going to be Fourth Thrice. So time to pick their poison.
Yep. And speaking of poison right now, I'm not too sure if some of these guys will be able to really withstand this gridlock right now. Mainly Voin Donkey, where they might be poisoned by the blue zone if they take too long. And what's going to be the call here? Do they push up against Team Secret, or do they try to go towards the direction of Four Tribes? If they go towards Four Tribes, I think the likelihood of them getting something in return is better as compared to going the other way around.
Oh, Dora's dominating. Okay, they took out Rosemary to find a player of Alter Ego, leaving us with 9 teams. And Dora's not done yet. And now they are just next to... Oh, wait a second. Oh, hang on. There's still Alba left for Alter Ego. And here comes Dora onto Alba. And there's just too much for him to handle. And now Dora brings himself and the other remaining teams on the battleground to the top 8.
Now, tension is brewing inside the city. And likely than not, inside of all these mix-up, it will be pretty much a long-standing duel when they're all hiding behind those compounds. So just a couple of traits that does favor Team Secret. They managed to find that catch over onto Potato. And now the rest of Voin Donkey seemingly stuck on the outskirts. They did have that one player invading towards the territory of Team Secret already, right down under. Well, despite that, I mean, that's Potato, who needs backup. And the problem is they don't really have vehicles to run the right across, but the tag's looking real good.
Ooh, that was a really good shot there. But lucky enough for Zeros, he's still all right, so he should be able to recover himself. And right now, pressure's still on the Voin Donkey. The fact that the blue has arrived, they'll be forced to move out of this warehouse, and that's where not only Team Secret, but RRQ is waiting for them to make those moves. The moment they step out, it's a matter of who will land that shot, and looks like the answer is Team Secret. Now there's more to come. And yeah, Team Secret, they got the rest of them.
It's just so tough for Voin Donkey. They didn't get any room to actually play this one out. Yep, this is what happens when you actually move in rather late into this urban setting. And yeah, it's always a 50-50. A lot of these teams, they prefer to stay in the outskirts because they think that, oh, if we were to be playing on the outside, then there should be no problems for us once the circle actually shifts elsewhere. But it didn't happen to be the case.
Oh, speaking about the shift, looks like it will go to the center where Toda is at. Still a full team. Manzi on the south needs to come in, but he should be able to find his own space. Not many teams down there. Team Secret has their own space up north as well. So I guess this round is going to be the round that everyone's going to pick their own urban spot within Lost Learners. And then it will be a pause until the next round.
Sure enough, and yep, it is definitely going to be a little bit more of a standstill between some of the teams until the next stage really closes a little bit more distance between these teams to really try to snatch one or two members out of each other. Still a very, very interesting predicament coming in from the back and forth of Cellcom DG Alliance as well as Team Secret to be noisy neighbors up against each other. For now, it's just a couple of tags. No teams falling through. 7 more teams remaining here inside of stage 6. And the rest of 4 tribes, at least they're on the defense, but they're not let off the hook by Frankie.
And Manzi, as what we expected, managed to slide into the circle. That's a very, very safe approach. But it's not in a hurry for sure. He even took off his shirts. And I can totally understand that in such a weather that, you wouldn't want to put on too many clothes. So, yeah. he's just gonna like snake around here till I don't know when he needs to stand up again.
Probably so. I mean, as much as we're not in the desert right now, we can still feel the Malaysian heat as well. Same goes to everywhere else in South Asia, Southeast Asia, you name it. Everyone here can relate, unless, we got viewers coming in from Europe, North America, tuning in as well. Maybe it's a little better out there. So we get a little something of an update. Now take a look at Todak's position. Very interesting, right? 2-2 split. 2 by the center, 2 by the side. And I feel like this actually benefits them a whole lot.
So in what way you think that gives them the benefit?
Where whatever it shifts, they will definitely gain the edge. Unless if you're telling me that it goes all the way towards Team Secret's very far corner, then yep, that will be a problem. So other teams will be running towards that direction. And then there's that open space between, I don't know what to call it, courtyard on the center. Towards the outskirts, where with those 2 other teams planted down towards the south side, they could see those teams coming in from the far west. So that allows them to also try to form certain pickoffs. Speaking of pickoffs, I feel like Team Secret, if they don't play around the north side, they're going to be choked out of position as well. But they're planning something in return. They want to take out the rest of our RQ by just storming it through. I think Team Secret's played here long enough inside Lost Learners to kind of know how to really take on some of the teams hiding by the offices.
Well, you mentioned about Toda taking that middle approach, at least for the 2 players, and they're getting the dividends out of it. Now they have the circle. The question is I think Manzi can still kind of slide into it, but it depends on what happens in the south. With Cellcom DG Alliance, they somewhat choose to cross over, which I kind of doubt so. I will check on that later, because right now they not only have Manzi to deal with, they need to find a way to get a clear entrance into the circle.
Yeah, it's still so tough. I mean, it took a long while. Frankie right now stuck at the bottom while Mepecco's been holding him firm. They still have GK over on the top, so that's absolutely fine. GK feeling absolutely okay. Already falling to lame puns already while these guys are trying to still wiggle for that space. For DZ though, eyes on the prize. The rest of Kodak now heard all those gunshots. It feels like Toda, they're starting to get activated. They're closing in the distance to join in the fight as well between RQ as well as Team Secret.
I guess they got bored. Might as well join in the action.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
not sure what sort of action Juke was having behind. Not the best of position to fall because his other teammates are all the way in front.
Yeah, I remember he was in the office building. Maybe he was forced to leap out because he was on the top of the roof. But that fall damage, taking so much chunk of his health bar, is something that we least expect. Maybe he took a little bit of bludgeoning damage on top of that. So, yep, a little bit of oopsie right there. Nothing too worrisome. Well, Toda, they heard that all the action is here, but they're not getting into it just yet. And it's Boom Esports involving taking out both Juke and Frankie because of that mishap.
From behind. Oh, but this nade by Nopeko almost got Xerus. It was a close one. And now the circle have shifted and looks like this apartment here is no longer in the circle. 966, aka Ade Look. Got one player of Team Secret securing that elimination point, stealing it away. But this nade by Nopeko, I don't know. Nicely tossed.
So beautiful. And it took a long while before they actually get to them. Now it's only down to Xerus. And that's a clean angle for the pack goal. He's like, okay, I spot this guy out. Now you just got to handle the rest of it. Lapar now neck and neck next to Celcom DG Alliance. They're looking for this push, but Xerus is here as well. Three-way battle. Okay. Who's going to really win it? Doc actually took that grenade. First one to be down. There's still one member left on the side of Secret. Xerus now holding it out. He's going to go in for push.
And Team Secret eliminated just like that. RRQ defended their ground, but now they have to think of Celcom DG Alliance. One player on the other side, but he's pretty low. And he's the final player of Celcom DG Alliance. With Team Secret's elimination, now we are in the top 5. The only team with a full squad this time is Toda.
They took things one step at a time and take a look at that. That's already 6 points in the back. Looking for a whole lot more. Yummy now closes in. Inside of the office, finds Lapar caught out the moment he steps outside. And now this is a chance for Todak to really pull in all the stops, whatever troubles that's necessary to clear out both Celcom DG Alliance as well as Boom Esports.
And here's Toda though, playing the gatekeeping role. And they should be able to finish out the final player of Celcom DG Alliance. Not going to be a problem for them. And that's that. Cleon landed the final blow. Down to the top 3. What are we too worried about Kenny? But look at this contract. Manzi snaked himself into the final stage.
It's crazy. I mean, nobody noticed him, not even us. And for most part, 52 Esports, they had so many of their players eliminated rather early into this matchup. So that's good on him, bringing all that placement points back. And 52 Esports are hoping to make it to the top 18 by doing so. And now bust out Yummy. Can he hold out? Apparently not. He goes in for the exchange. He did actually put down one member before he falls to the ground.
Okay, 9 eliminations now for Toda, looking for their 10th. And now Fajar. Oh, he sees Manzi. He knows that Manzi is there. But lucky enough for Manzi, he has those vehicles to give him that extra protection.
That's 4 of them lined up as well. So, I mean, if one wears out, he gets to jump into the other seat as well, just to try to juke it all out. But take a look at this. The zone's closing in, and he's got to step right into the courtyard already. He has enough space and room. Now they all get funneled right through the corridor. And one tap is all it takes for Fajar. And now Nine knows that he's just around the corner. One more is all it takes. And boom, denies himself. Toda takes the victory home.
Yeah, the zone came in just in time for Fajar to deny himself away for the hands of Toda. But nevertheless, Toda with a chicken dinner, with a brand new lineup, showing what they're made of and what could come in the PMSL Southeast Asia.
I'm liking this iteration of Toda. They're just so good in Miramar rounds, I tell you that. And I'm thinking that if they go into SEA bouts, they could very well be pretty much champions if you get
plenty of maps of Miramar. Okay, I'm calling it too early. I'm calling it way too early. But this lineup, it just looks so good and so clean, like Leon.
Okay, I hope you didn't inflict the caster's curse onto them this early.
Nah.
But I'm not gonna lie, right? I do feel the same. Well, I do. I don't want to inflict the curse myself, but I do feel a similar sentiment about Toda's lineup, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's a major improvement as compared to previous seasons.
Yeah, I could tell you that majority of all these mirror rounds, they're in the top 4, and now securing another chicken dinner. They had one prior to this as well. Just goes to show you that this team is just the masters of the roughest of terrains. And that itself is already a statement. If they can solidify their Wrangle rounds, then this could very well be a top 5 team.
Oh yeah, they are looking really good, right? And they also have other players that are waiting to play, like Deb, or unless Cleon is Deb, so we don't know yet. But other than Toda, the other teams to watch, Boom Esports. Finally, we see them having a better run this round. And we have RRQ as well, and Team Secret, who has been pretty consistent if you kind of think about it.
Yeah, Team Secret so far have never really fallen too far off the radar. They've always been able to really maintain the pacing. Despite, there's just a little bit of a hiccups early on with 2K falling in one of the most dire situations where they were hoping to get that clean engagement, but they couldn't really deter RQ. Boom Esports, I think this is one of the better rounds where they did manage to secure top 2. And not only with the top 2 position, but walks away with 8 eliminations, so they get to bounce back up in order to keep themselves afloat.
Yeah, surely, right? Surely. It'll put them in a much more comfortable position once we tabulate the scores later on. And the fact of the matter is that in this round, if we look at the stats, they healed a lot. So that tells a bit of a story of how their work rate is. But the one player who had the most work rate is none other than Nepeko, who every season likes to use a pseudonym, but he's not going to fool us this time.
I can't read Japanese, my guy. I hope that, he changes it back to something readable. Maybe it just translates to Nepeko.
Oh.
I have no clue. Somebody who knows Japanese tell us what that really is, but hey, you gotta really appreciate all the new kids as well. Like Toda looking slick on the new gear, RRQ the same as well, Alter Ego, Boom Esports sticking to something a little bit more classic and of course iconic. And Yummy May finally pops off once again. Juke, if he didn't fall, maybe he could do a lot more in this map.
Nepeko-san with 5 eliminations. And this is also a round that Yummy actually did pretty decent with 3 eliminations brought in as well. Of course, we're going to celebrate Toda with the chicken dinner, 10 eliminations, 20 points collected by Toda, Boom Esports with 14, and RRQ with 12. So that's the double-digit club. But nobody this round goes out empty-handed.
Yeah, and everybody was in the mix of a battle from the get-go, right? And then because of so many turns of some of all these sectors, all these teams thought that, hey, this is going to surf all the way down south. And then everyone bunched up over on the outskirts. And then they were forced into battles to the point that even inside of Lost Units, it was like less than 6 teams that actually realistically were holding into the sites. It was Salcom, Digi Alliance, Team Secret, Boom, as well as Toda, so to speak. Whereas the rest were late entries in order to make the cut. Well, interesting stats is that despite, all these back and forths, we have very little troubles as compared to the usual inside Miramar. And also, there was a lot of airdrops looted, but that does not really add too much out of, getting too much feisty in majority of these fights.
Hey, look at how feisty Toda is. With that chicken dinner, they're on page number 1 now, moving up 5 notches, 101 points, putting them in a very comfortable spot to be in the grand finals. Speaking about that, we only have one more game today, and also a handful of games left tomorrow. So by that time, we'll find out who is in the top 18. And Toda with this amount of points I would say that they are in a really comfortable spot right now. Wouldn't be too worried about teams on page 1, but teams at the end of page 2, especially teams like the Xavier or Thrice, well, boom, they're in a good round. So they're okay now. But because they're okay, that means that another team will definitely be pushed out of top 18.
Yeah, and with that being said, I wonder who could that possibly be, right? Boom Esports, because of their previous win as well as this hefty amount of points, all thanks to Yummy's effort, now they move those 4 spots up and into safety net is still pretty much good news. But then again, that's not too far off from the radar where currently AZ Slumber is the ones holding down the line. Nepex not in the clear just yet, and you can still see a lot of teams are within the 50-point margin. So if any of them pick up the pace, that will be good for them to really push AZ Slumber down.
And AZ Slumber, they're just holding on right now. So very, very close. 4 points difference away from NepX and 52. Voin also very close as well. But we still have games to come, and their destiny could change, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you stay tuned with us because we're going to take a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit.
2 more matches remaining, and we're getting closer and closer to the finals. So these teams, they're fighting really hard in order to make their mark into the RIS Grand Finals. And of course, it's your boys here, Contra as well, Sir Cloud, to bring you through throughout the journey. And I felt like the pacing today has been a little bit more different as compared to what we saw from yesterday, where teams, they look to be a little bit feisty in their advancements, but this time around, they take it slow, but also not to fault them because they were playing around those urban settings that is always going to be very, very challenging.
Yeah, but the difference in that final urban setting in Miramar is that they didn't wait to at Parkland's at the corner, wait until the zone finishes everyone, something like that. So there was still a good amount of action towards the end. But now that we're moving back into Irango, which is actually a smaller map as compared to Miramar, we can expect again the same amount of action as we've seen earlier today. And we're going to feature again A and C. Welcome back for Group C. Starting to again ponder my life decisions on which team to pick.
Now, let's talk about the top teams first and foremost, since, we are having tough decisions. BTR as well as Team Flash, they're still tied at that #1 spot. So, if you were to really pick between the two, who would you go for?
Oh, man. Here we go again. Oh, man. Where do I start?
If that's the case, I'll take Team Flash. I think they're on a roll, and they're, getting so many frags per round, especially in that island ending where all these teams are having struggles. They've been able to score big. I'm thinking they will be the first one to score a back-to-back win.
Okay, Team Flash, a pretty solid pick if you ask me. So I guess I did big up them towards the end of the previous round. So let's bring on the black and white of Team Secret. Let's go.
Ooh, okay. Team Secret definitely is another team that's really showing up super strong for most of their run so far. So I'm thinking that this is definitely going to be a, Vietnam showing that they can actually do so much more. And maybe we're forgetting another Vietnamese team, DX. They're also fighting for their lives. Production, what you going to go for? Soda. They ride on the high. Interesting.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay. We have not seen, at least in the past few days, a team doing a back-to-back. Mm-hmm. So if Dota were to do it, then they are going to be, they will be the first team this season to do a back-to-back chicken dinner. So let's see, right? I can't say no as well. I mean, we did talk about how good this new and refreshed lineup of Dota is.
Mm-hmm. And they really look super strong on how they've been really playing out the majority of their fights, and even though the way that they are actually holding on firm. It is a roster that really shows a lot of strength when it comes down to how they've been able to really hold up against the rest of the pack. And now on to our match. This is going to be the penultimate round as we dive from the corners of Georgia Pole into the southeast corner of Milton.
Ooh, okay, a little bit more balanced type of flight path this time. So let's see how the spread will be. Or will we see another hard and fast pace like how we've seen earlier today? Now, while we're waiting for the players to pick their drop spot, looking away at some of the stats here, it's pretty... there are a lot of vampire players in this, and if you kind of think about it, like vampire, especially Mela, he hasn't played all the games, but yet he's still up here. Can you imagine what kind of stats that he can show if he played all the games?
That's definitely a very interesting afterthought, right? Because if he gets to play all the games, man, this guy is just gonna be a threat amongst the many.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe they're saving him for the finals where it matters, right? But now with the drops, I'm looking up north here. ASI8 is overlapping another team heading towards shooting range or Saverni, so we might see an early fight somewhere up there. Okay, we get them on screen. It's T2K. Here we go.
Oh, they've always gone in for those early fights, and they are taking it once again against ASI8. Initial drop coming right through over on to member, and Zypha's already out. Giant's only got that revolver in hand. Maybe running out of bullets at the very same time. Byron, is he going to be able to find something in return? He's got the M16. And rolls, he gets a little bit more attack, and even with crossbow, T2K finally settles the score, and they took a big win up against ASI8. These two has been going at it every single time to control 70, and now they finally go 4v4.
Is that like a provincial rivalry between these two or something? I don't know.
I'm sure there's definitely beef involved, or, you know, when you're going to be playing up against your own teams back into, you know, each regional PMSL, it's kind of best, it's some of the best things for you to really one up the rest of your teams before considering, you know, the other portions of the world, because ultimately you got to qualify in order to play in the world stage.
Yeah, it's like a trying to like having the better, how should I put it? Yeah. It's like playing mind games, right? Like even though if this is like an off-season tournament, but you want to play mind games that will carry into the official leagues later on. So I guess maybe that's what they were thinking of. Like, okay, let's start our battle from now instead of later.
Yeah, and I think like that's actually a great call to do so. In many cases where some of the teams we were thinking, you know, I want to prove myself as the top fragger. I want to be like the best in the world. It scrims anyways. Like certain teams, they're not really going on to do, you know, those kind of full athletes. So if you really want to really show who's boss, yeah, go chasing your own countryman if you want. Alba this time found that pickup against Hugh. Finally got it right. And is that going to really impact them since, you know, they get themselves into some very, very interesting trades so early in the matchup?
I guess that's a question that would affect your prediction this round. That Team Flash is playing with 3. You did pick Team Flash, right?
Yeah, I did.
There you go, there you go. But, okay, just to console you, we have seen it before that teams that play with 3 players can also get chicken dinners. So it's not the end of the world.
I agree. And now, speaking of which, it seems like the rest of these members of Team Flash, you know, back on their home ground of Isnaya, they're just going to be having a field day out. Looking at the rest of these teams, they're really hoping that they could actually find certain conversions and to exchanges, but with the circle pretty much being mainly on the peninsula, I think that it's comfortable enough for them to stay put. I'm not too sure whether if Talon as well as RQ will battle. I think we've seen iterations of that before, so we have to keep our eye out for that.
I'm keeping my eye out for BTR. Did we see the name Kyorin before this?
I've never seen it before, not in my lifetime, on any side of the SEA rosters. Nah, not a current to be known. So that is a secret player.
Okay. Another secret player who I believe, okay, let me fact check this one, right? Okay, Kyorin is the analyst of BTR.
Oh, okay, makes sense. So now you got the coach, you got the analyst.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you can bring in the janitor, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, the chef, you know, whoever. But Xavier is bringing the pain to NapX, and they got in, but not able to get that finish. So NapX not able to lock in the elimination point. Instead, it's locked in by Xavier, taking out Rex of NapX.
Huh. A lot of all these aggressive moves coming in from both corners. It seems to me that these exchanges only comes down to nap 1 for each portions of these teams. The Saber at least getting the hang out of things, though. Like, if we take a look at how they've been actually faring amongst, all the other teams that they've been tussling with, they seem to be a lot more composed this time, not succumbing into falling out. Because a lot of the times I've seen DX try to move out of the areas of Pochinki, and then instantly they go to the fight, instantly they get punished as well.
But this is the thing about DX, right? If they perform, like they really perform. If they don't perform.
They really don't.
It's like they don't have like an in between, right? Like that's why it's so hard to pick DX as a prediction.
Yeah, which is why, along my picks, I probably only voted for them once throughout the past couple of days, and I'm like, I'm not convinced just yet. Still not convinced.
Yeah, just like my ex. Never convinced till now.
I don't know what is there to convince of if that's the case. I don't want to go any deeper, though. I think I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, let's leave it as that, right? But now since we have some chill time, right? So let's spark some rumors here. So BTR has officially announced their PUBG Mobile roster, and it's Vexy, Redface, Zuxi, Federalist, and Raging. So officially Ryan and Sakar are starting to line up. So I'll leave that food for thought here as we check out what's happening with Vampire Esports. They lock in Xerus as their elimination point.
Good exchanges coming right through as they're still battling for those grounds. And back towards what you mentioned, right? Like, GOC stuff. I've heard some news coming from an Indonesian squad that they've made a certain acquisition. So it is a strong transfer. I'm not saying who's who or which team. It's down to anyone to figure it out. I mean, who else has pseudo names, right? So you guys go figure it.
Let me guess, RRQ Contra.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
How do you know?
Oh, man. I blew your cover.
Well, what am I going to do with my job now?
Well, I guess you can start playing when the season starts and you can cast before the season begins. So that's what you're doing right now.
Fair enough. I'll do just that then. Okay, back into the bout. We have T2K. They've got caught up of a win and now challenging the rest of Vampire Esports. Seemingly winning out the duels for now. But it is still be a little bit of a back and forth coming in. And the retaliation coming from Schwartz was beautiful. And now bringing down Mimi. They stand a chance, but Rules is still going to fight till no end. Both sides take out the blue zone. Lazarus barely have enough health. Can he heal up? He does secure number 6 points already for T2K.
Oh, Rules is definitely not playing by the rules here. Ignis is knocked down, but he's kind of far away. I doubt Rules will be able to save him. Now he has to fend for himself against Lazarus, aka Schwabs. A beautiful shot by Rules from the lower ground, eliminating Vampire Esports.
And I always felt that these members of T2K just need a little bit of motivation, a little bit of all these momentum to really kickstart their engine. And just because they want ASIA, they're now feeling all the full strength to really take out VPE, the third seed out of the many. As much as it was a lot of casualty, that was worthwhile. And now 8 points. I mean, 2 more. Wow. It's like a chicken dinner already.
I know, right? 8 points already for T2K. Yummy, yummy, yummy. But let's see how far they can go further as they have only one player and he's still spending time in the blue, and that's Rules. But within the circle, now RRQ and Alter Ego sharing the same spot around Shelter and the high grounds of Prison. And Alter Ego, they're still circling around, but let's not forget about the presence of the other teams. Xavier might bump in as a third party anytime soon.
Yeah, at any given moment. So this is going rather risky right now, as we're seeing the rest of the Saber hoping to actually choke out some areas of play from the side of Alter Ego. They do have the high ground advantage, and GF Stein, I have no idea who that is. And I don't know, hint, hint. Maybe it could be someone that we want to actually see if they're going to be playing in, and a superstar out of any roster. So look at the rest of the field, though. It is the rest of RQ as well as Talon holding over on the high ground. RQ looking to push outwards, whereas take a look at the north side. You got 52, you got Team Secret, you got Team Flash wrestling around these open areas. So this is definitely going to be a big brawl between both teams. Rules is just about to make his entry as well.
Well, Team Flash, they're looking for a brawl here. Trying to climb up to the high ground where RQ is at. RQ, Rosemary as well. And here's Win with the win. Noga gets win instead, so a bit of a trade-off between RQ and Team Flash. They're not stopping yet. Backup's on his way. Oh, not really a backup though. Badru is on his way. Probably looking to steal away a couple of elimination points.
And by them trying to really act for that spacing, you see a lot of casualties between Team Flash, another casualty of their own as he blundered his way, he fell through, and it gets punished in return. Alba now finding one more attack as well. As Outer Aries, they love playing by the prison grounds, and they are so well versed, taking control of both RQ and the team up north at the same time.
Rosemary spraying smoke, hoping to land a shot onto Baus. Not able to, as he's protected by his vehicle and the smoke as well. These areas, look at the spread contra on the minimap. Really wide spread in the middle.
They absolutely do. And trying to actually make certain events, and just like that, these players trying to get their way right across, and it doesn't seem like they would be denied that spacing. Team 52 decides to take a little bit more of that bunker for the meantime. As much as there's a lot of all these shots, I mean, it's all to really negate them from pushing right through, but Agent Brian, he's getting tagged up, and it's all by his fellow countryman of homeboy. Shamils puts him on the ground.
Oh, the big boy. Now looking to finish off Brian. Or he might be stolen away, so Shamil has to do the business. Looking up this nade, if he's able to land it nicely onto Brian, it should be enough. Did not connect at all, but he will have a second chance. There goes. Point goes to Shamil.
Yep. For the meantime, seems like some of these guys are just trying to see if they could find a little bit more of that trade getting done in BTR just by the edge of it all. But we get that firm update right now. Oh, it goes all the way back to the hills, and suddenly teams like RQ as well as Talon gets a little bit of benefit. Netbex will have to push from that low ground, though. Not an easy task, but if they can successfully do so, then they might just be able to take reign. So all these other teams on the outskirts up north, they better quickly set loose work, because right now, those separation between Team Secret, they're about to get punished by Bumblebee.
And one team that off is going to be BTR. Now Bumblebee shows himself and takes a few shots from Juke. Healing up back to 80% of health. Scoping out to Juke. Kind of missed that moment. At the same time, Juke, he has about 20 more seconds. How is that vehicle even moving at the same time? But nevertheless, I'm going to discuss that later. While Juke takes out Bumblebee.
Yeah, you got a little bit of deception with that movement. Pretty cool as well, but Juke can only buy a couple of seconds before the rest of 52 arrives to the scene. Now, it's been troubling time for Team Secret. Left only 2 members to stand up against BTR. Donkey each gets a shred, and he actually pins out BTR. Unfortunately, this time, BTR empty-handed in this round.
Sprayed by Rosemary, and he managed to get one. Manzi now down on the ground. Rosemary might be able to finish him off, but no good. With his DBS. And Kido goes out. That's going to be the end of the final player of 52. RRQ collects their second point, but now they have to reset before Alter Ego comes by.
They have plenty of time to do so with all the space now opened up. I mean, we talk about all these teams needing to battle their way through. I mean, now these teams are kind of limping to even get into the entry points. And what's worse is that RQ is the ones gating them from falling into the space. The resurgence of Alter Ego Aries has been impeccable. I mean, the first 2 days, they were near dead bottom. And look at where they are right now. Number 5, 110 points, adding another 6 to the table. And as I speak of that, that's already 7 coming in from Cloud Group. With a desperate push coming in from Team Secret. They're trying to scale up the hillside, but he's getting popped. Oh, Ducky's got solo breathed out. Rosemary on the mark, walking onto the par as well. And even RQ is struggling to get out of the way of Alter Ego.
I know, right? They have been in the crosshairs of Alter Ego for quite a while now. But at this moment, Dark on Team Secret, crosshair of Shin. On the other side, trying to move his Ego away into a safer spot, but unfortunately, his buggy slide down out in the open. So I don't know how he's going to grab it now.
I mean, he's just got to go on foot for the meantime. He can't retrieve it at all. Too risky in the eyes of Alter Ego all the time. Wow, it's just so tough. This 2-2 split, initially benefiting RQ, and now it is going to be doom and gloom unless they find that other party of the 2 split to also corral in, push towards the side of Alter Ego. Then only they will have a little bit more room. But hey, now both of these teams are sitting outside the zone, so Alter Ego probably will let them off for the slight bit, get deeper in the zone, and continue to zone them again. It continues.
Oh well, that's what we call fake hope.
Fake hope. Like
but a lot of teams. Yeah, you just had to remind me, right?
Yeah.
I'm sad.
Maybe you
I
should
need
give
a
her a call.
Sorokin dinner.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that after this. So, right now, back to RQ. What do you do? Like, you're going to sit around here, Noodle's coming in 10 seconds from now, so to speak. Got Yakuza. I think he lost the wheel right there. He's slowly traversing, but not quite quick enough. Gets punished by the rest of the Saver. Perogen now looking for that trade. Kenny's on that far end, and it's just gatekeep after gatekeep coming from these teams.
And Dora now has to win this fight against D-Xavier before going in. But before that, D-Xavier finally will finish off the last remaining member of Team Secret, taking them out at number 7. But on the other side, we have Alter Ego and RRQ. For the longest time, they've been locking horns with each other. Finally, Lapa goes down to the ground. Alpha will get a double back-to-back, finishing off RRQ.
Perfect panner coming in for the rest of Alter Ego Aries. And now they're just chasing upon all the other teams up onto the charts. And who knows, Alter Ego Aries might be the champions of the playoffs if they can continue on this form. I mean, it's just a little bit of bragging rights, but so that right now, after that win inside Miramar, it seems like they really have gotten just about enough confidence to once again make them way into the top 5. These Saber now having shit pop the tire on the first of time. And Perogen, somehow he gets the trade back. He pins down Toda, and now they get to save one of the teammates from falling through.
Oof. But they're not out of danger yet. Still need to win the fight against Toda to get into the circle. While Alter Ego is on the other side, and Alter Ego somehow they managed to slide their way into the circle, and they could be a big distraction to Toda.
Because the distraction is going to be Rosemary staring between these two teams right at this moment. I mean, they can afford to do so, try to really cause a little bit of a havoc, and the rest of Netback so far hiding very exclusively from all these battles. They can actually be kingmakers or a thorn on either side of the party if they get involved, but we never mind that. It's going to be Perogen trying to look for that trait. Couldn't really find it just enough. And look at who's here. The rest of Alter Ego have arrived from the back.
Oh, Rosemary from afar almost gets his target. Oh, vehicle blown up. Who did it? It's Levi's that blown up. That vehicle in front of Rosemary, knocking him down. And now Alba has to come in to save his teammate.
very tense situation. And Moana, he's so far away. He tries to get close. But the rest of the spread of VX is just way too good. And they finally get the pinch over onto Badru. Slowly but surely, out there, Eagles' aggression being denied. And now, two-man split. Wait for a push, and they finally caught Levi's.
Now we're down to the top 4 teams. Talon, Nutmex, Alter Ego, and Tora for the chicken dinner. Inside the circle, we have Tora, who just came in. Nutmex, together with them as well, and Talon, right in the center of the circle. Nutmex, trying to locate the target, but again, because of this very healing area, it's so difficult to get a good aim.
Now, Netbex took extra time, and they finally want a little bit of something in return. Just with the detonation of the grenade, it settles scores, but it is Domain that secures it alongside with Precious. Now, the rest of the team will know of their presence. Talon, they've also waited just about long enough, and perhaps it's about time they get activated. I mean, it's already top 3. They have yet to find a single drop of elimination points.
Oh yeah. But Alter Ego have been getting all the elimination points for themselves. 13 already on the board. Alter Ego, they're really on fire this round. It's a matter of wrapping up with a chicken dinner. Let's see if they'll be able to do that one. Now all these 3 teams are taking this stage really seriously. We can see them all taking their own corner.
Speaking of which, a little bit standstill, waiting for stage 7. I mean, even stage 6 sees that there's just a lack of space because there's like some of all these creases that doesn't really give them just about enough protection. And therefore, Alter Ego Ares, they claim those wheels. Thankfully enough, they did manage to save Rosemary. He can still absolutely carry everyone to the finish line if they could just continue on with that kind of aggressive playstyle that they've been churning. And up against Talon, Talon does have, you know, the numbers, so that's something that they need to kind of respect as well. FX, a little too comfortable over back. But then again, the forwards gives them so much defensive cover that they are allowed to play as long as they want.
Well, let's see how long do they have right now and who's going to make the first move. Now, because we have 3 teams, right? This comes back to the regular theory of PUBG Mobile. Whoever makes the first move loses because the other team can become the third party. And that's why nobody is making the first move.
Yeah, I do support that theory from time to time, but then again, if you look at this form that Alter Ego has, if they could just, you know, get those clean picks one after another, then it may not matter just as much where they really play those kind of split style. And they can actually go in and handle both teams at once. And speaking of which, already tagging onto Precious over on that far corner.
Rosemary with this nade. Oh, an overshot. Not sure if he knows that Claw is right in front of him though. I don't think so, based on how he's actually looking around. But now the circle have shifted. Alter Ego, because of their major movement. Someone on the outside of the circle, but they're looking to come in. Netmex, Claw, position compromise. They know exactly where he is now. And he's going to be their next target with Alva lobbing a molly across to flush him out. And Atul will be the one to knock out Precious. Moana gets Claw. Looks like Netmex is not having a good time.
Not at all, and they also spot out Domain at the very same time. Moana now supplementing on this assault. And when exactly does Talon come in? And it's going to be right now. As we talk about the first movers, it is the rest of Alter Ego that kind of pushed them towards the back. And Talon says, thank you very much. We're going to claim those points away. And finally, they got a couple of all these results. But can they overwhelm the Titans right now? That is Alter Ego Ares. Still 4-man strong, though. They got plenty of resources that they didn't really toss out. So if Alter Ego pushes, they might be met with a flurry of names.
You know what? That's the tightest ending so far that we have got today. Like at this moment, we don't know who exactly can get that chicken dinner. Between Alter Ego and Talon. As an 8-pin sent across. Alva Moana moves away all the way down south to join back with Rosemary. This is the time for them to play as a group, as a team, together, while they shoo away Yoru back.
Yoru, he's confidently moving around with the hovercraft, and same goes to the rest of Alter Ego. I mean, they're moving and to the far right in order to spot out a jewel. And now, because of the ring around Rosemary and co, they're going to be finding enough cover to eventually brawl into QC.
Okay, here comes Yoru. STOK gameplay gets Moana. Alva will be eliminated as well. Now it's only Rosemary left. Mr. FMVP, can he actually pull a big clutch for Alter Ego? Jump shot comes in, not able to land it. Boychill will be the one to take him out. And Talon claims the chicken dinner against Alter Ego.
They find their claws in order to eventually stir it all up, taking down the members of Alter Ego, and just solidifies themselves as one of the very best in Indonesia. Despite, them not really being all too flashy as compared to Alter Ego trying to gatekeep teams after teams. I mean, it's precision that really pays off for the side of Talent Esports on how they actually navigate. And that hovercraft play, something that we did not expect towards the very final zone.
Yeah, they kept that hovercraft at the right moment there. I mean, it's a fully covered vehicle. It might not be the tankiest, but it buys you enough time for you to close the gap between yourself and the enemy. And with that, they distract Alter Ego. The rest of Talon follow up from there, and the rest is history. Talon claims the chicken dinner from the hands of Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, well, they have to try again to get the 2 chicken dinners in the day.
Well, overall, it's still a hefty amount of points coming in for Alter Ego and Talent Esports. They're happy to also share that spotlight. This is a total of 15 points, all thanks to Yoru, Achul, as well as Boysil. The fire this time, they did supplement with some supportive fire as well in order to really make the cut. And overall, I think we didn't really get too much involvement of Talent until the late game skirmish. And I think there was 2 pivotal points, right? The moment where they close up against Nepex and then eventually hop on board on the hovercraft to give chase to that white wrap that Alter Ego was trying to pull off. So they just went on blow for blow.
But nevertheless, right, like what you pointed out, Alter Ego, they scored 13 eliminations or something like that. I'm pretty sure when it comes to the overall point tabulation, they would be above Talon in terms of score. This is already a hint for us, right? The fact that we put Alter Ego in front of Talon, so we know surely Alter Ego is the team that collected the most points in this round.
Yeah, and I really do like that we have a clean number on the travel distance of Alter Ego Aries. The way that they've been moving around is okay. I think that's the reason that you took that wheel to drive and stop it right there. It's okay, we need to clock in exactly this number. 11,000. And I guess they do damages just how much that they've covered that distance. So that being said though, I think more importantly, as much as the numbers definitely are better compared to the rest of Talent, Levi's, remember how they've been able to fight over on the outskirts? He absolutely stole the show, and he's been able to put 6 points, even a little bit more than Alva, despite the numbers of damage being even more lethal coming in from the Alter Ego member.
Interesting enough that Levi's is up here instead of maybe somebody from Talent, but it's all about the numbers here. And the numbers don't lie for Rosemary again as the MVP. Second time today, this time with an even bigger stat, 1,231 damage and 6 eliminations for Rosemary. What else can we say about this guy, right? This guy is just the GOAT right now in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, he's been there for a couple of years now and have always shown up to really be the marquee player to really outshine the rest of the field. And you already see, the legends like Levi's as well as Tarajin up on the block to also contest that. But who's always supplementing Rosemary's success has always been Alva to be with him side by side.
That's like the bromance there, right? And in fact, both of them do show up at the top performance chart. Now, to illustrate the numbers even further, Alter Ego 20 points collected, and Talon with only 5 eliminations, so it's 15 points for them. And we have D Xavier with 12 points, so this is one of those rounds where they did a little bit better than before. But we had 3 teams: BTR, Team Flash, and ASI8, 0 points. I also want to point out the fact that, BTR is also one of those teams that you don't know which version of BTR is going to show up.
Yeah, sometimes like they take a chill pill and then like all of a sudden it's like bam, 20 points, bam, 30 points. Like BTR is kind of like a little bit more coin flippy from time to time. So I guess it's an early battle that they did not won that kind of resulted in that. But who won the big battle? P2K. They crushed out ASI8. They also crushed some of all the other big guns out there in order to really show up strong here with massive results. So great climb. And speaking of that, we talked about those members of Alter Ego. I think right now with those points accrued, they should be within the top 3, or even better yet, maybe even top 1.
You're probably right. I mean, they scored a chicken dinner today, and this round, it's like 20 points. Should be pretty solid for them. Okay, close enough. Like number 4, 124 points. Although, frankly speaking, at this stage of the tournament, it's like as long as like you're in top 18, that's fine. But it's more of the flex here for Alter Ego. And they are only 6 points behind BTR now in the overalls.
Yeah, looks like the competition is super stacked. I mean, it's majority SEA teams here on the block, and that also includes APG sitting at 5th because Alter Ego have just advanced with this massive 20-pointer. BTR FL, they didn't really move too much, 0 points in this round, so there's still that time, but take a look at that. I also forgot VP is also sitting at 130 points. A 3-way tie for number 1 is kind of crazy, don't you think?
Oh yeah, wow, we don't often get to see that. Okay. But of course, we're going to also see who is in our top 80 or close to the borderline of that 18. Both Me Sports, to be fair to them, they didn't play this round, so naturally they will go down. Currently at number 16 with 72 points, so that's one of the teams that will be on our watch list to see if they'll be able to make the cut at the end of the day. T2K had a decent round, so they are at number 15 with 73 points. So that's okay for now. But what's going to be important is the top 18. NetX, we have to welcome them to 18 now.
Oh, that's great work coming out of NetX. And now that pushes AZ Slumber down because they were not exactly turning out those results in this round. 52 Esports drawing it to a close as well, but hey, there's just a lot of points to catch up. So I'm worried for names like Boing Donkey as a I8. I mean, these are legacy teams that we've always had here in RIS, and AZ Slumber as well as 52. I mean, I need to see some of that magic coming in from these qualifying teams because it seems like they are losing out a little bit of that steam.
Yeah, but you'll be able to catch the magic in our final round, but not now, Contra. It has to be after this, after our break, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see you guys after this one.
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. ready to rumble.
And go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the final match today in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. And we're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Contra. So, final game, and we have not got a single prediction right today. It's been so hard.
Yeah, it's a little rather unpredictable because like a lot of these teams are actually pushing super hard to make their way into the finals as well. So it's been, so many great names that's been able to actually seize it. Talent managed to back themselves a win. Very calm, very calculated. And now, if you take a look at the list of names, it's been 3 chicken dinners so far for Indonesia tonight.
Is that a hint?
Maybe there's going to be a combo breaker coming along the way.
Oh, that's not helping.
I have no clue who I'm going to be voting for, but I really got to take a look at the list of groups that's going to be playing right now. So, Group B versus Group C. So, tough picks. Okay. I think that... Oh, man. I was thinking of rooting for Kodak once, like for tonight, but...
Oh, too late.
A little late for that. It's okay. Now, I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, Boom Esports is gonna make this splash finally.
Ooh. I kind of had their name on my mind, but we haven't get the best of Boom Esports today. I mean, I don't know, man. It's like this very torn feeling of like yes or no. Like I'm really like in between now.
Yeah, I mean, there was that one round where Yummy has been able to bring those 8-pointers back. So I think that kind of convinced me a little bit more since, Secret, they're also not playing this round. There was also no Kodak. So I think this is definitely a decent call. And consider the fact that RQ is also not being involved. I mean, there's still D-Saber, Team Flash, BTR that are really, really strong in this matchup. So it could be anyone.
Oh no. We still have to do this.
Boom Esports.
Okay. Booming for Contra. I don't know by now. Yeah.
There's EST, there's 4 Tribes as well. But also, I feel like it's been rather inconsistent coming from them. So maybe the SA teams can break the streak. What do you think?
Oh, man. Okay. Let's go. APG. Are they?
Nah.
Okay. All right.
Are they?
Okay, they are in the group, but they're in the lobby, right? Just get a confirmation.
I think they were in Group A, wasn't it? Okay.
Okay, they're in the lobby. Okay, so all right, let's not think too much. Let's put in the boys of APG. Okay, now let production make its big. Let's go. It's hard, right? Yeah, that's how it feels like.
I know everyone's kind of desperate for some points right now. Production still wants to take the lead. He's not willing to settle the truce for a truce with me with those 3-pointers out there. So, Team Flash. Ooh. Okay. First shot. I mean, you saw Team Flash today. They've been really showing up strong. But then again, in Miramar, I feel like sometimes they take too many fights. That's kind of my thoughts on Team Flash. Can they secure the chicken dinner if they play a little cleaner? Surely.
Not gonna lie, right? Like, besides APG, Team Flash was also one of those teams that were hovering, on my mind. So production picked it. Let's see how it goes, whether I'll regret it or not. But yeah, I guess if Team Flash can win those fights, like what you said, right? They like to take those early fights in Miramar, then maybe they can stand a chance. But by now, I really don't know anymore. Like, who's gonna get it? There's not that one team that consistently dominates. Like some of the seasons that we've seen before, like, it's cheating if you take this team because they're just running away with everything.
DRX.
I don't know. Yeah, what? I think it was D plus Kia at some point.
Yeah, it's either D plus Kia or DRX. Like the current teams, they were built different. I mean, because they really take all these usual protocols that they have in tournaments to still be implementing. I mean, that is very good practice, so that when you go into a global tournament, that you don't need to change too many things. You stay to the same, and usually, you get slightly better every step of the way. That's how you actually win titles.
Yep. And that's how D plus Kia became the world champion as well. They find consistency, not only in the official tournaments, but also in the off-season tournaments, like the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Speaking of showdown, final showdown today in Miramar.
Here we go as we take off once more into the dusty dunes. And this time it's all the way from North Point. So, interesting enough, well, this is all the way for the northwestern end that we headed into Puerto Paraiso. So, I would still say that this is kind of fair. It's just that you have that zero access in the Cristobal or so, which might affect, Alter Ego that likes to drop into El Azahar. So, Alter Ego is not in this match, right? I guess that's less of a concern.
Yeah, and I guess teams generally would, at this point, prefer to not have Alter Ego because they're just running around gunning everyone down, regardless of whether they scored the chicken dinner or not. So we're probably going to get a chiller round here with a big map without Alter Ego.
Sure enough, you may say that it's chill, but I think that these teams, they love to actually go on that early brawl. BTR folding alongside 1-2-2 split, having two members inside of their usual power grid. I think that they're kind of sniffing around for some of these members over Herb. And once again, gun barrels, a Winchester in hand, and 4 tribes. Oh, they get the dip. And actually, they're the ones being chased by Sem9.
Oh, okay. And Sem9 caught 2. Looking for the remaining members of 4 Thrives. At the same time, Circle is on the left side, Monte Nuevo, where 4 Thrives and Sem9 is at. So if Sem9 can win this fight clean, they will be rewarded with the middle of the circle to play with.
I think even in past seasons, we've always seen these two teams actually fight for this area of play. And most often than not, Sem9 did manage to come up ahead. I would say that it will remain the same, but overall, 4 Thrives have finally found their weapons. And here comes the big swing. They actually find the tag. I'm not too sure how to pronounce his name. Is it Tosso, or it's just actually a big eye guy staring at us?
Oh, I can't believe you read it as Torso, but okay. The moment I see it, it's a big eye guy for me, but that's Falak, by the way. And let's see if Falak can pull this one off. Looks like the answer is no. And Theron made Google out of him. And that's 4 Thrives eliminated, but he still got 1 point out of 10.
Yeah, and take a look at that. All those 3 points were actually secured by Sem9. And I think this is about enough bullets. Okay. Coast is clear, Sem9. You're safe. You're safe. All right. Let's go to another side, right? Okay, let's talk a little bit on what just went on. 4 Tries versus Sem9. Haven't really yet settled scores, and 4 Tries so far, also lacking in that consistency. Another team that kind of rides on momentum. As much as with superstar like Falak, who's always been the staple, I don't think he's found a great rhythm so far throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's a good point though. Like we don't really get to see the best out of Falak, like how we've seen before, and I guess that's why overall for Thrice, they've been doing okay, but they are not 100% safe yet. But I have a gut feeling that we will still get to see four Thrice in the finals.
Yeah, I have a very strong feeling that, they're not showing the ace in the hole just yet. So I think by the time it comes to grand finals, maybe, like if ASI8 can even make it through, maybe that's where they really put a whole lot more focus on the usual fragging ways. I feel like this time around, even four tries, playing a little bit more passive than usual.
Oh, but look at this. AZ, they're not playing passive. They're moving towards where SM9 is at. And after looking at the elimination feed, they must be telling themselves that, hey, you know what? SM9 only has 3 players and they normally drop in Monte Nuevo. So I guess they must be thinking to themselves that let's try to take advantage of the manpower situation and see if we can get something out of SM9.
Yeah, and it also doesn't help that, this is like the center point of all the locations. On top of that, this is also the highway where everyone's bound to meet up. So, like it or not, SM9 gotta quickly stock up once again, get themselves back into shape. Now they're probably at 70% because they lost one member. So, best of luck. The rest of BTR, they finally fully load up inside Power Grid, making their way across. APG is also taking a very firm spot inside Chupacera, another area which teams will tend to contest because if they think that the circle is moving into the valleyways between Valdemar, that is going to be a really good spot for them to hold.
Oh, Mimi just went down. Same goes for Rules. Looks like the Vikings up against T2K. And Ajaya is going to be the final active player for T2K. And the Vikings are closing in onto him. And here comes Superman, but he's pretty low. Ajaya down to 60% of health. Still in the standoff against the Vikings. Now the Vikings sending numbers onto Ajaya. Ajaya with SFK, very clutchable weapon though. Let's see what he can pull off. But that nade.
Yep, that nade cooked just to perfection. And usually it's coming from Superman. Once again, getting those big frags out on the field. What I really appreciated on this season is that even in Miramar, it's last couple of seasons, they usually take it so slowly. Now everyone says we just want to fight because we just want to be ready for the grand final.
Yeah, at some point, like if you're comfortable on page 1, you can pretty much do anything, right? So why not just try to test your mechanical skills by just taking fights? Because strategy doesn't really matter to a certain extent, I guess, if you're really comfortable up there.
Well, it to a certain extent, it still matters, right? Because you need to mix in just about enough bronze as well as wits in order to cover all aspects of survivability. On top of the hill, it's going to be the fire. Getting a beautiful angle up against Levi's, but he's trying to go in for the reload. Allows Levi's to find a little dip to work with.
Oh, this nade by LaFire could be a big one onto the Xavier. Bounce? Explode? Did not connect. It's going to cook up a second nade. Here we go. A little bit of an overcook there, and that will allow Shin to pick up Mr. Poverty Lamborghini.
I like the way you put it. Rest of the X3 found no room to actually fend off. Yoru comes in from the back. And just like that, they seek those optimal angles to take out the members of VX. And more shots coming from the other side of the fences. So this seems like Talon's safe altogether, so they will have to also come in with a little bit more of a defensive stance. They're not where they want to be just yet, so we are traversing across the valleys, and the ones that's been shooting has been AST. Interesting, take a look at that. Levi's on the other corner, Gyante on the other side, and somehow these guys are just dodging to the best of their capabilities. 13 teams still left on the table, and I got a gut feeling that that number is going to go down very quickly.
with the fact that Levi's now caught in the crosshairs of Yoru in the lower ground, pops a smoke. Hoping to buy a little bit more time for himself, but how he's going to escape? Looks like the answer is no escape by Talon. A 7-9, okay, in action against another team. Okay, that's easy. They've been waiting for this moment, and now AZ in Monte Nuevo has the man advantage against 7-9, going up against Viren and Amazal, but Amazal, their captain, Viren actually did it.
Oh, Farron so clean on the approach, and now it allows them to open up that space. AZ Slumber kind of held back for quite some time. Meanwhile, we have APG taking out top from the side of Team Flash.
Oh,
Still holding on though. Agent Brian. Did he actually hold firm? And that was a perfect hook.
beautiful stun grenade execution there, but not over yet. All right, here comes the final blow, and it came for Amazal, and looks like 7-9. They won it against AZ, even though they only had 3 players.
Man, that was one humbling experience for AZ Slumber going up against, you know, the old kings of MY, arguably SG as well. Speaking of SG, I mean, when was the last time we seen a Singaporean team here? Have we ever? It's been a
Not
long
in
while.
Ruthless though.
Yeah, hopefully we get them to, you know, join one day. It's been a while since they've been able to even really get their hands onto the PMCL as well, so to speak. And of course, we're going too deep down the rabbit hole. Some of these guys don't know what we're talking about, right? So, going back to the action, Alpha Gaming versus CD Alliance. Oh, that's some hefty damage being done over the side of Leon's, and I'm not too sure if it's wise for PUBGM Alliance to continue on the assault. But they did manage to land the pinch over onto Rifus with that grenade being cooked up, getting that knock, and going in for a very deep flank. I think that this is a little bit too far stretched because he's left out all alone. But here comes Adik Luke and Boboy.
Oh, dope. Ooh, Zio got Leon. So that flank didn't work out for him. Now all they need to do is focus on whatever that's in front of them. The remaining 3 players of Celcom DJ Alliance. Adik Luke got Doc. APG now. You might lose Doc and Refus. Zul is too far away to do anything.
And I think what I was pointing out, I mean, Leon's he went all the way deep because he didn't know that there was going to be a member really holding on to the position, and that is the usual protocol by Alpha Gaming. And they managed to also snack one more bag, suppressing whatever that was coming in from this rest of Celcom DG Alliance. Sal now joins into the scene, getting a little bit more of that firepower, and he managed to go in to save Refus in time. Wow, that was huge.
Wow, I thought that Refus is gone, but somehow they managed to save him. And you need to buy a little bit more time from the incoming Celcom DG Alliance. Circle moved away from these 2 teams. But Celcom DG Alliance, they still have the high ground, but they don't have the numbers. They lob, and they got another knockdown. Back again. Adelu goes down, East goes down. A trade-off between the 2 teams. Zone as well. Long range. And that is Celcom DG Alliance clawing back. And ABG now. They only have that 1 player left. And it's going to be Refus against Celcom DG Alliance from the lower ground. Hoping to land his nade across. But nobody is home. Rushes onto the high ground. Celcom DG Alliance is prepared for it behind the smoke. Oh boy, it's a matter of now getting a good clear shot.
He finds the head, but not quite enough. He's on the SOK. He could not really connect it. He's trying to lob a grenade, but he does actually hit it by the shoulders.
Oh, wait. Refus, okay, got boy. But, oh, look at the health. Look at the health, Kasim. That was so close. But here comes the Vikings.
Oh my. This is against Netpex. I was worried because I saw green. I thought it was CD Alliance instead. Wunji now looking to be lobbing a pure 1, and just like that, more and more members of Netpex slowly falling out. They're trying to retaliate, but Wunti has got just about enough. But oh, the Domain actually won it. Well, that was a clutch coming from right down under, but they kind of bow out to the play zone at the very same time.
Yeah, got a bit of assistance there. I guess the fight went a little bit too long. And because of that, now we are in the top 8. So every team is now starting to collect placement points. I wonder how many teams are on the outside still. Okay, we have Talon in the blue. No indication of any other team on the outsides yet. A BTR, okay. So they're fielding Optimus, Kyorin, Bumblebee, and Federal. That's the same lineup that we have seen before this. But they're playing on the inner side this time. So I don't know if this round is going to be one of those rounds that BTR actually performs.
No clue whatsoever. I mean, so long as they're actually having a very steady start, I think it's absolutely okay because they're already making their way to the top 8 without much of a hassle. And keep in mind, I mean, pride is at stake here because Team Flash is also in this lobby with the same amount of points. So these teams, they're trying to make the top 4 cut. And likely than not, if they can actually play this style, you know that they will only go guns blazing towards the late game. And we still got plenty of space to go. BTR, they were smack dab in the middle. No other teams were actually converging upon them. But I kind of like the position of Boing Donkey, and I guess not so much after the shift, because it's going back to Ladriella. Advantage to Sem9, but there's only 2 members left. 2 more on top is going to be Talon holding out. The rest of Boom Esports, I think they were just right on time with this call to rotate from the blue zone. And finally, they get to get a little bit of an advantage moving late.
Yeah, they're going to get a clear entry. No other teams on the right side. But it's probably going to be hard for Team Flash now. The fact that Cellcom DC Alliance knows that they are just below them. On the other side, we have Boyne against Tribe Arrow Messi. And Joe is kind of low, but he's forced to move because of this molly.
Big lob out there coming in from Sun Potato, but I think that Lotus is absolutely overwhelmed, having no space to actually play with it. Arrow Messi got it all bunched up. Oh, that was very, very risky attempt coming from inside of Boing Donkey, and now it's a lot back and forth trade between the two. AST so far doing an immense job to keep the pressure onto the rest of the members of Boing Donkey, and they could not step out of the cathedral.
At least these 2 teams are in the circle, so they can hold their position if they really want to. But check out what's happening at the north of the minimap. Sem9 is moving in. So they could be the one to shake things up between these 2 teams.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of that helping hand from your neighbors will be able to crack this case open. Delta, though, just slowly seeing if there's going to be any kind of opportunities that he could just close his way right through, but he's just rocking back and forth. I mean, this ain't a swing, my guy. But then again, I mean, they can afford to go for a little bit, and they managed to find a package for AST to supplement their firepower.
Oh, nice long-range tap by Zeta. But Rick will be able to heal up. Not going to be a problem. Can't see the same for Mochi though. Gun down somewhere else. Must be one of those long-range shots. Yeah, based on the minimap, yeah, it's a long range, so Gacho should be able to pick him up. Not going to be a problem.
I kind of wonder what exactly is in the crate, because Yante did not pick up like a crate weapon. If it's an AWM, maybe it could have actually helped them a little bit more. Maybe it does not come with a scope, then it doesn't matter at all, you know? So, back at it. Delta on the other corner. You know, the meta that I really do miss is like the snipers meta. The era where, you know, Luxy and a couple of like players like G9, they thrive. And ever since, you know, DBS went out of the crate, everybody's relying on the DBS. And then you got the micro Uzi meta. And now the S12K era is here. So it becomes a little bit more vibrant, a lot more engaging in a sense, rather than hiding behind walls. But even despite so, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that you're playing in Miramar. Sometimes these DMRs and as well as snipers actually does wonders.
I get it. We all like it long range.
Long and sharp.
And painful at times.
Yeah, one tap.
Bam.
Yeah. I
You're
hope
down on the
we're-
ground.
Yep. Hope we're actually talking about the same thing, like
Oh yeah, we're
R9
talking about AWM,
AWM, Car 98K.
Yeah.
What else was there? I mean, Mini 14s are still pretty popular. Speaking of which, Kyorine's actually wielding it. So, thank goodness BTR doing the right thing.
And let's see if BTR can actually find their way in with this Mini 14. The Team Flash is on the other side. Okay, we have a good amount of teams at the southern side that needs to move in. And that includes Southern BT Alliance taking the highest spots. Very good call here to go up onto this mountain so that they will have the peak of this area at least.
Yeah, they're going to garner so much control right now. Not too sure about BTR. I mean, they're just moving on and about. They're just by the far south corner. The rest of Voing Donkey. Seeing no need to move. I mean, they're still in the portions of the zone, so they're just going to play super defensive. AST, however, I think that in the next shift, will they still be in it? It's a big wonder if they do. But here comes Bumblebee.
Oh, okay. Federales will open up with a DBS to get that win against Win. How ironic, but that's the case. So now because of that, they have cleared off that compound so they can all move even further inside. So we're going to check out what's happening on the right side of the circle right now with Boom Esports. Yummy is the MVP. He's down and he's kind of far away from his teammates, so I doubt he can be saved.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make if they really want to risk themselves going for that save. Cellcom DG Alliance, happy to sit put. There's really nobody else to be challenging Cellcom DG Alliance right now. So they're marking onto that member Boom, holding him hostage. Whereas there's another one out there on the hillside, which they could not really connect towards. I think he's actually landing a pickup with that buggy that he has just to ensure that they all will get together into journeying across the zone. That's pretty much it. But instead, they hunkered down. The rest of Talon Esports this time playing a little bit more differently, being a little bit more active. They had that fight that went their way, losing 2 members, but securing themselves at 4 points. They go for a back-to-back win is a very huge question. Also keep in mind, 21 spot. Void Donkey is still in the game. Yeah, they're playing very, very passively, but what if they score a chicken dinner? Do you think it's enough for them to move up the charts?
Good question. It definitely put them in a good spot because let's not forget, we still have tomorrow, right? And what are the chances right now? Okay, looking at the current circle on the left side, number one, they'll be able to potentially farm a few eliminations out of Triper Messi, maybe Team Flash. And then they still have the circle. They can still move in further, assuming that Cellcom DG Alliance and BTR will be busy with each other. So yeah, I guess so far for this round, Voin, they have a good chance. And if they can score that one, like what you said, it'll put them in a good spot to potentially move into the grand finals after tomorrow.
Yeah, and now this is definitely a high pressure for the rest of Void Donkey, risking elimination, which is why we definitely understand that they are playing very passively, right? Like, you don't want to suffer more losses. Now, at least they secure top 8. I mean, if you bow out now, that's only 1 point. So right now, I think it's about time that we... Can the circle just close faster? I don't know. I think it's just a normal room card instead of the esports room card where, we follow like the usual speed of how it actually closes up. But I could be wrong. Zeta catches over onto Rig. So that is one initiation, and he does actually find Federales as well. Void Donkey, they're onto something, and now they add 3 points to the tally.
Okay. And Void right now, they have 3 eliminations. So they're doing so far so good, and they're the only team that full squad. We've seen it time and time again today that if at this stage, you are the only team with a full lineup, stand a good chance of scoring the chicken dinner.
Yeah. But the problem is, like, AST was locking into that position, wishing that they would step out eventually. Now AST has been weakened to only one member left. So realistically, there is really a shot here for the side of Void Donkey. And take a look at the space outskirts, right? They can afford to take those vehicles, journey their way in, and then maybe challenge even the likes of Salcom DJ Alliance. I think if it's not Void Donkey, then CT Alliance here is definitely in the prime form. 5 kills to their name. I think the highest so far definitely has to be 7-9, but they're depleted already.
But 7-9 though, they have 7 eliminations because of the 2 fights earlier on in Monte Nuevo, so they're still okay overall. And if we look at it objectively, right, with the points that they have collected by now, it's like 92 points, make that 91, including that 1 placement point. They're pretty all right. But for Trapper Messi being eliminated with 0 points this round, only 1 placement points. Overall, also still okay. So I wouldn't be too worried about Trapper Messi now.
Look at Bose though. He spots out Curine. He spots out Bumblebee, but he does not know which one to shoot first and foremost. I think right by the zone, and the blue zone's already coming in. He's gonna look for that trade. And they don't suspect anything at all. Is it gonna be it? Okay, he found the angle. There we go.
Okay, that's one. Did he get the second one? No second one. He was close though, but gotta give it to Curine's reaction. That was fast.
Yeah, he needed to really make the right swings. Maybe if he picked on to Curine first, then you saw the hit was being turned the other side for Bumblebee. So I think like it could have actually been a really good decision if they actually started that one first. But then again, it's a 50-50, which he took his chance. And now Void Donkey is out here to punish BTR, all thanks to Bose.
And Void now, okay, though they are in the top 5, but based on the circle, some of them are still on the outside, so they have to fight their way through. The next opponent is going to be Salcom DJ Alliance. They go for Void. That's a good start there for Void. And Zeta sees a player of Sam 9 on the other side, and that's going to be Firen. So the moment he moved in, gets knocked down by Leon's Salcom DJ Alliance, not willing to let go of their position for Void.
Wow, Void Donkey right now knew that it was the right time to strike. Now moving into the top 5 already. The nades are falling right through, and this is the opponents that they want to meet. Salcom DJ Alliance trying to hold up the defense with those nades being tossed right into those creases. Yet to find it. Some chip damage being done towards the Leons, but here comes another one. Oh, so close.
Okay. And look at Talon. They are moving in from the ground. But from the side, Fajan shows up. Okay. Provided a little bit of assistance to Void. Now Salcom DJ Alliance did distracted by the presence of Boom Esports. Here they come. And Bombe with the DBS. High ground advantage. One shot is all he needs to finish off Salcom DJ Alliance.
And they can also afford to pinch the rest of Void Donkey at the same time, despite the odds right now stacked up against him. There is that lob catching onto Fajar. Potato as well as Zeta, they're going very closely over onto the blue zone, and with that restock, Thomas still has a grenade in hand. He could put it to good use right now, up against the rest of Void Donkey.
Void, they don't have the circle. Look at the minimap. The circle actually moved further inside. Now Talon has the advantage. They took down Amazon. Now looking for Firen. The final player of Sam 9 that's still active right now has to win this one against Talon. While another potential fight might erupt anytime soon against Void. And boom, without the circle, the blue will be on top of them in about 10 more seconds. They have to make it quick. Amazon eliminated. And Firen is still in the game. Firen now rushing in, but he has to manage 2 different angles. But on the other side, Boom Esports not able to get the best out of Void. And Void will win that one fight. Here's Firen. Firen eliminated, leaving us with Talon and Void for the chicken dinner.
And it's been a long, hard-fought battle, and yet again, it is gonna be a victory for Indonesia once more. But the question remains, who is it gonna be? Void Donkey or Talon Esports? Void now, numbers advantage. Talent running out of meds, only a little bit of HP left, so realistically, they could be able to probably form up against LaFire. Is it going to be the right call? He does get the isolations inbound, so if he plays his cards right, LaFire could actually find himself in a better position.
And it's actually a very good chance for Void, but there you go. That's the official result, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about it. Void scoring the chicken dinner. This will boost their chances of being in the grand finals.
They took their sweet time praying in the cathedral, and they got their wish granted by the end of it all. Ooh, don't you like that activation? Usually, once these teams actually hunker down, when they try to move out of certain compounds, they take it slow. But no, not for Void Donkey. They managed to get 3 pickoffs initially from that cathedral, and then once they move out, no holds barred. They just kept on hunting, and they managed to strike up against Boom Esports and even Cellcom DG Alliance.
Yeah, and I guess to a certain extent, they are aware of their current position as well, right? Is that they need to gain those points in for them to have a good chance of being in the grand finals, because you don't know what will happen tomorrow. So while you're in a position where you can like take advantage and like, hey, there's still people around us, let's make the best out of it. And that is the reward for Void. 9 eliminations in total, 19 points collected by them. Can't wait to see the overalls on how comfortable they are.
Yeah, and this is definitely a massive chunk that can actually allow them to make it into the finals, like you said. So, Gachor, I think that he was taken out rather early, which is why that you see the numbers are a little lower compared to the rest of the members. But Zeta, so far, has been pretty much landing majority of all these shots. So, looking very, very efficient coming in from the member that's always been able to, you know, support the team overall. But he always comes up with the high frags.
Yeah, I know, right? Always have that potential. But based on what we're seeing here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown is the level of consistency that we don't usually see from their performance overall as compared to like the days in PMSL. But anyway, main objective is to be in the top 18. As long as they can go there, like everyone will just forget about the result, whether you're like number 18 or number 10 or what. It's still fine. You're still in the grand finals, and I guess that's what they're aiming for now.
True enough. And then we're also looking at the rest of the list. Well, I mean, Talent, they've always been getting themselves into the top 4 for today and looking rather good and falling pretty closely, especially after that previous round win. And then you also get the rise of the Malaysian teams such as Semline as well as Cellcom DG Alliance to close this one out. And look at both sides. It's almost identical on the number of damage. It's only the final touch coming from Void Donkey to make the major difference of the elimination points. Even down to the heals, it's almost equivalent in that sense. So they're kind of like a pretty good match made in heaven.
Oh, wow. Okay. Clearly, I can't relate. But yeah, I guess so. Like when it comes down to the numbers, though. But for these two players, numbers, okay, pretty close as well. I mean, like 4 and 3 eliminations. Okay, that's just 1 point different. Damage also 800 plus between two. Assists only 1 different, and team contribution. Well, it also depends on how many overall points did the team collect in this round. So Zeta being compared to La Flame, who is supposed to be the part of the coaching staff of Talent. We'll take that. We'll take that. But we'll also take Firen as the MVP this round.
Yeah, Firen so far has been the knight in shining armor, so to speak, for Sem9, where he backed so many of the points. And it was that battle up against 4 tries where he scored 3 takedowns in total to kick off our matchup in that city. And then after that, he still looked for a whole lot more. So great job coming in from, you know, a player that's been residing in Malaysia for quite some time now. And Sem9, you know, people have scrutinized them during the past performances, but they are just pretty much receiving that heat, turning those complaints into constructive feedback, and now growing every step of the way.
Yep. And there's a good chance we'll see them in the finals as well, I believe. So based on how they've been performing too. And speaking about performance, so most of the players that we've seen before this are all up here, adding in Yoru to the chart. Match leaderboard, however, Boy Donkey 19, so we're clear on that. Talent 14, Sem9 13, even though they only had 2 players towards the second half of this game, but they're still able to rack in 13 points in total, which is pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's looking so solid for some of these guys out there. Boing Donkey with that 19. So this now backs the question, how far does that actually propel them? And with the rest of the field also maintaining a very good number, with, AZ Slumber still kind of lagging behind, I think that this is definitely good news overall that, Boing Donkey, they should move up like at least 3 spots.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing the overalls later, right? And it's not only about moving up the chart, but also how big of a gap they have, assuming that they are in the top 18. But before we get onto that, of course, some of these other match stats. So Kasim comes in with the longest elimination distance. Frankly, not the most important of stats, but it's always nice to have your name up there. 4 airdrops looted this time. We did see one of them earlier on. So I guess that's pretty much pretty on the higher side. And if I were to relate to the whole pace of this round, this is like a regular pace, like something that you would see in an official tournament. So that's why you have that space to loot up 4 airdrops.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And despite, certain airdrops were around there, some of these players would rather just take, the level 3 gears and call it a day because, you got to be very efficient with your setup. Sometimes maybe you just stock too much of 556 bullets and suddenly like they give you like, I don't know, a Groza or something. Then you got to consider like, if I take that Groza, I only got 90 bullets to work with, right? So yeah, it is what it is for some of all these portions, but I kind of want to see more of this kind of calculated playstyle. And I also miss those kind of explosiveness. So we want to see what is being offered for tomorrow. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button right now. We have yet to show you guys the results, so don't leave just yet because we want to find out who makes it closer to the top 18.
And is Rosemary the MVP because he got 2 of them today. So when we started the day, like he wasn't in the road to MVP at all, in the top 5 even. But I guess because he's able to get 2 today, I think we can somewhat expect Rosemary to be up there.
Yeah, that's definitely a very interesting case in point, right? Because Mela not really having too much going on other than that one round that Vampire Esports played out. So let's take a look at the MVP first and foremost. And who exactly would it be? Drum rolls.
Rosemary, MVP overall, from not even being in the top 5. Now he shot himself up to the overall MVP with a total of 31 eliminations, 6,127 damage. There's no doubt about Rosemary by now, right?
Yeah, you talk about rolling out the red carpets for this king. I mean, it's about time he actually show up, right? 6,000 over damage out there is definitely nothing to score out of. Well, you take a look at who's been able to keep up to the pace. APG, despite some dismal results today, I think he definitely have maintained it. And more often than not, Ruthless is always the last player standing for APG. So it's instead all 4 members of VPE that takes over the top 5. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Even though it's like today has been like on and off day, but I guess individually, like Red Bull individually has been doing well, and Lazarus aka Schweppes individually has been doing not too bad as well. So I guess they warrant themselves up here. But if we were to zoom in onto the fragging stats, Rosemary still up there, followed by Tops, and then we have Mela, even though he missed 1 game, but can you imagine Mela still up here? And then we have Badru, and of course, the new signing of Vampire Esports, Red Bull.
Yep, and he's been really getting a streak overall. I mean, remember the Asia days and then into FaZe Clan, and now Vampire Esports. He's really showing up to be, the hottest player from Thailand.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And I guess there's no other team better to go from his previous team, that is, which is Vampire Esports. So I look forward to seeing Red Bull and his performance in the upcoming PMSL Southeast Asia as well, where obviously they'll be playing in the official leagues later. But here is, overalls. Page 1, these teams are pretty safe, so I'm not too worried about these teams now.
And the big news is that Talon now makes it into the top 5, pushing down APG. If you look at APG's results, they only managed to score 3 points over the last 2 matches. And then even on the initial match, they only scored 1. So I'm not too sure if I should be worried about that, but MVKE may finally get a little bit more of that leapfrog thanks to the chicken dinner that they had to start off the day. And then that final 8 points. So that really helps them push up towards the ranking. Now, middle of the pack now, it's definitely going to look pretty interesting from now because I believe Cellcom DG Alliance have definitely gotten themselves a spot up because of this final round. So D-Saber is getting pushed down just very slightly, 1 point behind. Zen9 is just trailing above them, but there is a significant gap though. I mean, 6 points above. And then boom, Point Donkey. Wait, Point Donkey. They were last and this chicken dinner sent them up here.
Wow. And that's how tight the points were in this round. 1 chicken dinner boosted them into 2nd place. Okay, but we're going to take note of the numbers, right? Like 73. Oh, it's still very tight. Look at this contract. 17 is 73, 18 is 71, wow. And then you have Netrex with 70. Even the EZ64 can still catch. I would say up to even Homeboys can catch. Or if ASI8 somehow has a double chicken dinner, they could still do it.
This is so worrisome for the South Asian region. I mean, T2K, 4 tribes. I mean, it's hard to say goodbye to any one of these guys. I mean, they need to really do something about it because T2K have consistently tracking onto ASI8. They don't really get to play the game. And then 4 tribes, sometimes they also land themselves into some hot drops. NEPX always look for a fight. And because of these very reasons, they don't get to play late for some of these portions. And that means that we might only see T2K rise above.
Ooh, okay, representing. And that's a possibility, right? But there's also a possibility of major comebacks tomorrow because tomorrow will be the final day of the playoffs before we move on to the grand finals, before we lock in the best 18 teams that will be eyeing that spot in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. And make sure you tune in by then because during the grand finals, the first 3 days is supposed to set the tone and also the match point. On the 4th day, it's going to be the Smash Rule Day. Nevertheless, for tonight, that will be all from us at the casting desk. My name is Sir Clark together with Contra. We'll be back again tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile action at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. Till then, see you guys. Bye-bye.
to the ring. Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
I kind of like the position of Boing Donkey, and I guess not so much after the shift, because it's going back to Ladriella. Advantage to Sem9, but there's only 2 members left. 2 more on top is going to be Talon holding out. The rest of Boom Esports, I think they were just right on time with this call to rotate from the blue zone. And finally, they get get a little bit of an advantage moving late.
Yeah, they're going to get a clear entry. No other teams on the right side. But it's probably going to be hard for Team Flash now. The fact that Cellcom DC Alliance knows that they are just below them. On the other side, we have Voin against Tripero Messi. And Zio is kind of low, but he's forced to move because of this Molly.
Big lob out there coming in from South Potato, but I think that Lotus is absolutely overwhelmed. Having no space to actually play with it. Tower Messi got that all bunched up. Oh, that was very, very risky attempt coming in from inside of Boing Donkey. And now it's a lot back and forth trade between the two. AST so far doing an immense job to keep the pressure onto the rest of the members of Boing Donkey, and they could not step out of the cathedral.
At least these two teams are in the circle, so they can hold their position if they really want to. But check out what's happening at the north of the minimap. Sam9 is moving in. So they could be the one to shake things up between these two teams.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of that helping hand from your neighbors will be able to crack this case open. Delta, though, just slowly seeing if there's going to be any kind of opportunities that he could just close his way right through, but he's just rocking back and forth. I mean, this ain't a swing, my guy. But then again, I mean, they can afford to go for a little bit, and they managed to find a package for AST to supplement their firepower.
Oh, nice long range tap by Zeta. But Rick will be able to heal up. Not going to be a problem. Can't see the same for Mochi though. Gun down somewhere else. Must be one of those long range shots. Yeah, based on the minimap, yeah, it's a long range. So Gacho should be able to pick him up. Not going to be a problem.
I kind of wonder what exactly is in the crate, because Yante did not pick up like a crate weapon. If it's an AWM, maybe it could have actually helped them a little bit more. Maybe it does not come with a scope, then it doesn't matter at all, you know? So, back at it. Delta on the other corner. You know, the meta that I really do miss is like the snipers meta. The era where, you know, Luxy and a couple of like players like G9, they thrive. And ever since, you know, DBS went out of the crate, everybody's relying on the DBS. And then you got the micro Uzi meta. And now the S12K era is here. So it becomes a little bit more vibrant, a lot more engaging in a sense, rather than hiding behind walls. But even despite so, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that you're playing in Miramar. Sometimes these DMRs and as well as snipers actually does wonders.
I get it. We all like it long range.
Long and sharp.
And painful at times.
Yeah, one tap.
Bam.
Yeah.
You're down on the ground.
Yep. Hope we're actually talking about the same thing, you know, like.
Oh yeah, we're talking about AWM, you know.
AWM, Card 98K.
Yeah.
What else was there? I mean, Mini 14s are still pretty popular. Speaking of which, Kyorin's actually wielding it. So, thank goodness BTR doing the right thing.
And let's see if BTR can actually find their way in with this Mini 14. The Team Flash is on the other side. Okay, we have a good amount of teams at the southern side that needs to move in. And that includes Southern BT Alliance taking the highest spots. Very good call here to go up onto this mountain so that they will have the peak of this area at least.
Yeah, they're going to garner so much control right now. Not too sure about BTR. I mean, they're just moving on and about. They're just by the far south corner. The rest of Boing Donkey seeing no need to move. I mean, they're still in the portions of the zone, so they're just going to play super defensive. AST, however, I think that in the next shift, will they still be in it? It's a big wonder if they do. But here comes Bumblebee.
Oh, okay. Federales will open up with a DBS to get that win against Win. How ironic, but that's the case. So now because of that, they have cleared off that compound so they can all move even further inside. So we're going to check out what's happening on the right side of the circle right now with Boom Esports. Yummy, Mr. MVP. He's down and he's kind of far away from his teammates, so I doubt he can be saved.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make if they really want to risk themselves going for that save. Cellcom DG Alliance, happy to sit put. There's really nobody else to be challenging Cellcom DG Alliance right now. So they're marking onto that member Boom, holding him hostage. Whereas there's everyone out there on the hillside, which they could not really connect towards. I think he's actually landing a pickup with that buggy that he has just to ensure that they all will get together into journeying across the zone. That's pretty much it. But instead, they hunkered down. The rest of Talent Esports this time playing a little bit more differently, being a little bit more active. They had that fight that went their way, losing 2 members, but securing themselves at 4 points. And they go for a back-to-back win is a very huge question. Also keep in mind, 21 spot. Void Donkey is still in the game. Yeah, they're playing very, very passively, but what if they score a chicken dinner? Do you think it's enough for them to move up the charts?
Good question. It definitely put them in a good spot because let's not forget we still have tomorrow, right? And what are the chances right now? Okay, looking at the current circle on the left side, number one, they'll be able to potentially farm a few eliminations out of Triper Messi, maybe Team Flash. And then they still have the circle. They can still move in further, assuming that Cellcom DG Alliance and BTR will be busy with each other. So yeah, I guess so far for this round, Void, they have a good chance. And if they can score that one, like what you said, it'll put them in a good spot to potentially move into the grand finals after tomorrow.
Yeah, and now this is definitely a high pressure for the rest of Void Donkey, risking elimination, which is why we definitely understand that they are playing very passively, right? Like, you don't want to suffer more losses. Now, at least they secure top 8. I mean, if you bow out now, that's only 1 point. So right now, I think it's about time that we... Can the circle just close faster? I don't know. I think it's just a normal room card instead of the esports room card where, you know, we follow like the usual speed of how it actually closes up. But I could be wrong. Zeta catches over onto Rick. So that is one initiation, and he does actually find Federalis as well. Void Donkey, they're onto something, and now they add 3 points to the tally.
Okay. And Void right now, they have 3 eliminations. So they're doing so far so good, and they're the only team that pulls squad. We're seeing it time and time again today that if at this stage, you are the only team with a full lineup, you stand a good chance of scoring the chicken dinner.
Yeah. But the problem is, like, AST was locking into that position, wishing that they would step out eventually. Now AST has been weakened to only 1 member left. So realistically, there is really a shot here for the side of Void Donkey. And take a look at the space outskirts, right? They can afford to take those vehicles, journey their way in, and then maybe challenge even the likes of Cellcom DG Alliance. I think if it's not Void Donkey, then CD Alliance here is definitely in the prime form. 5 kills to their name. I think the highest so far definitely has to be 7-9, but they're depleted already.
But 7-9 though, they have 7 eliminations because of the 2 fights earlier on in Monte Nuevo. So they're still okay overall. And if we look at it objectively, right, with the points that they have collected by now, it's like 92 points, make that 91, including that 1 placement point. They're pretty all right. But for Triper Messi being eliminated with 0 points this round, only 1 placement points. Overall, also still okay. So I wouldn't be too worried about Triper Messi now.
Look at Bose though. I mean, he spots out Curine. He spots out Bumblebee, but he does not know which one to shoot first and foremost. I think right by the zone, and the blue zone's already coming in. He's gonna look for that trade. and they don't suspect anything at all.
Oh.
Is it gonna be it? Okay, he found the angle. There we go.
Okay, that's one. Did he get the second one? Ah, no second one. He was close though, but gotta give it to Kyorin's reaction. That was fast.
Yeah, he needed to really make the right swings. Maybe if he picked on to Kyorin first, then you saw the hit was being turned the other side for Bumblebee. So I think like it could have actually been a really good decision if they actually started that one first. But then again, it's a 50-50, which he took his chance. And now Boy Donkey is out here to punish BTR, all thanks to Pose.
Oh, and boy now, okay, though they are in the top 5, but based on the circle, some of them are still on the outside, so they have to fight their way through. The next opponent is going to be Cellcom DG Alliance. They go for Boy. That's a good start there for Boy. And Zeta sees a player of Sam9 on the other side, and that's going to be Firen. Oh, so the moment he moved in, gets knocked down by Leon's Cellcom DG Alliance, not willing to let go of their position for Void.
Wow, Boing Donkey right now knew that it was the right time to strike. Now moving into the top 5 already. The nades are falling right through, and this is the opponents that they want to meet. Cellcom DG Alliance trying to hold up the defense with those nades being tossed right into those creases. Yet to find it. Some chip damage being done towards the Leons, but here comes another one. Oh, so close.
Okay. And look at Talon, they are moving in from the ground. Oh, but from the side, Fajan shows up. Okay. Provided a little bit of assistance to Void. Now Cellcom DG Alliance did distracted by the presence of Boom Esports. Here they come. And Bombay with the DBS. High ground advantage. One shot is all he needs to finish off Cellcom DG Alliance.
And they can also afford to pinch the rest of Boing Donkey at the same time, despite the odds right now stacked up against him. There is that lob catching onto Fajar. Potato as well as Zeta, they're going very closely over onto the blue zone, and with that restock, Thomas still has a grenade in hand. He could put it to good use right now up against the rest of Boing Donkey.
Boing, they don't have the circle. Look at the minimap. The circle actually moved further inside. Now Talon has the advantage. They took down Amazal. Now looking for Firen. The final player of Sam9 that's still active right now has to win this one against Talon, while another potential fight might erupt anytime soon against Void. And boom, without the circle, the blue will be on top of them in about 10 more seconds. They have to make it quick. Amazal eliminated. And Firen is still in the game. Firen now rushing in, but he has to manage 2 different angles. But on the other side, Boom Esports not able to get the best out of Void. And Void will win that one fight. Here's Firen. Firen eliminated, leaving us with Talon and Void for the chicken dinner.
And it's been a long, hard-fought battle, and yet again, it is going to be a victory for Indonesia once more. But the question remains, who is it going to be? Boing Donkey or Talon Esports? Void now, numbers advantage. Talon running out of meds, only a little bit of HP left, so realistically, they could be able to probably form up against LaFire. Is it going to be the right call? He does get the isolations inbound, so if he plays his cards right, LaFire could actually find himself in a better position.
And it's actually a very good chance for Void, but there you go. That's the official result, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about it. Void scoring the chicken dinner. This will boost their chances of being in the grand finals.
They took their sweet time praying in the cathedral, and they got their wish granted by the end of it all. Ooh, don't you like that activation? Usually, once these teams actually hunker down, when they try to move out of certain compounds, they take it slow, but no, not for Boing Donkey. They managed to get 3 pickoffs initially from that cathedral, and then once they move out, no holds barred. They just kept on hunting, and they managed to strike up against Boom Esports and even Cellcom DG Alliance.
Yeah, and I guess to a certain extent, they are aware of their current position as well, right? Is that they need to gain those points in for them to have a good chance of being in the grand finals, because you don't know what will happen tomorrow. So while you're in a position where you can like take advantage and like, hey, there's still people around us, let's make the best out of it. And that is the reward for Void. 9 eliminations in total, 19 points collected by them. Can't wait to see the overalls on how comfortable they are.
Yeah, and this is definitely a massive chunk that can actually allow them to make it into the finals, like you said. So, Gachor, I think that he was taken out rather early, which is why that you see the numbers are a little lower compared to the rest of the members. But Zeta, so far, has been pretty much landing majority of all these shots. So, looking very, very efficient coming in from the member that's always been able to, support the team overall. But he always comes up with the high frags.
Yeah, I know, right? Always have that potential. But based on what we've seen here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown is the level of consistency that we don't usually see from their performance overall as compared to like the days in PMSL. But anyway, main objective is to be in the top 18. As long as they can go there, like everyone will just forget about the result, whether you're like number 18 or number 10 or what, it's still fine. You're still in the grand finals. And I guess that's what they're aiming for now.
True enough. And then we're also looking at the rest of the list. Well, I mean, talent, they've always been getting themselves into the top 4 for today and looking rather good and falling pretty closely, especially after that previous round win. And then you also get the rise of the Malaysian teams such as Sem9 as well as Celcom, DG Alliance to close this one out. And look at both sides. It's almost identical on the number of damage. It's only the final touch coming from Void Donkey to make the major difference of the elimination points. Even down to the heals, it's almost equivalent in that sense. So they're kind of like a pretty good match made in heaven.
Oh, wow. Okay. Clearly, I can't relate. But yeah, I guess so. Like when it comes down to the numbers, though. But for these two players, numbers, okay, pretty close as well. I mean, like 4 and 3 eliminations. Okay, that's just 1 point different. Damage, also 800 plus between two. Assists, only 1 different. And team contribution, well, it also depends on how many overall points did the team collect in this round. So Zeta being compared to La Flame, who is supposed to be the part of the coaching staff of talent. We'll take that. We'll take that. But we'll also take Viren as the MVP this round.
Yeah, Fiorin so far has been the knight in shining armor, so to speak, for Sem9, where he backed so many of the points. And it was that battle up against 4 tribes where he scored 3 takedowns in total to kick off our matchup in that city. And then after that, he still looked for a whole lot more. So great job coming in from, a player that's been residing in Malaysia for quite some time now. And Sem9, people have scrutinized them during the past performances, but they are just pretty much receiving that heat, turning those complaints into constructive feedback, and now growing every step of the way.
Yep. And there's a good chance we'll see them in the finals as well, I believe. So based on how they've been performing too. And speaking about performance, so most of the players that we've seen before this are all up here, adding in Yoru to the chart. Match leaderboard, however, Void Donkey 19, so we're clear on that. Talent 14, Sem9 13, even though they only had 2 players towards the second half of this game, but they're still able to rack in 13 points in total, which is pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's looking so solid for some of these guys out there. Void Donkey with that 19. So this now backs the question on how far does that actually propel them? And with the rest of the field also maintaining a very good number, with AZ Slumber still kind of lagging behind, I think that this is definitely good news overall. That Void Donkey, they should move up like at least 3 spots.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing the overalls later, right? And it's not only about moving up the chart, but also how big of a gap they have. Assuming that they are in the top 18. But before we get onto that, of course, some of these other match stats. So Kasim comes in with the longest elimination distance. Frankly, not the most important of stats, but it's always nice to have your name up there. 4 airdrops looted this time. We did see one of them earlier on. So I guess that's, to me, that's pretty much pretty on the higher side. And if I were to relate to the whole pace of this round, this is like a regular pace, like something that you would see in an official tournament. So that's why you have that space to loot up for airdrops.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And despite, certain airdrops were around there, some of these players would rather just take, the level 3 gears and call it a day because, you got to be very efficient with your setup. Sometimes maybe you just stock too much of 556 bullets and suddenly like they give you like, I don't know, a Groza or something. Then you got to consider like, if I take that Groza, I only got 90 bullets to work with, right? So yeah, it is what it is for some of all these portions, but I kind of want to see more of this kind of calculated playstyle. And I also miss those kind of explosiveness. So we want to see what is being offered for tomorrow. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button right now. We have yet to show you guys the results, so don't leave just yet because we want to find out who makes it closer to the top 18.
And is Rosemary the MVP because he got 2 of them today? So when we started the day, like he wasn't in the road to MVP at all, in the top 5 even. But I guess because he's able to get 2 today, I think we can somewhat expect Rosemary to be up there.
Yeah, that's definitely a very interesting case in point, right? Because Mela not really having too much going on other than that one round that Vampire Esports played out. So let's take a look at the MVP first and foremost. And who exactly would it be? Drum rolls.
Rosemary, MVP overall, from not even being in the top 5. Now he shot himself up to the overall MVP with a total of 31 eliminations, 6,127 damage. There's no doubt about Rosemary by now, right?
Yeah, you talk about rolling out the red carpets for this king. I mean, it's about time he actually show up, right? 6,000 over damage out there is definitely nothing to score out of. Well, you take a look at who's been able to keep up to the pace. APG, despite some dismal results today, I think he definitely have maintained it. And more often than not, Ruthless is always the last player standing for APG. So it's instead all 4 members of VPE that takes over the top 5. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Even though it's like today has been like on and off day, but I guess individually, like Red Bull individually has been doing well, and Lazarus aka Schweppes individually has been doing not too bad as well. So I guess they warrant themselves up here. But if we were to zoom in onto the fragging stats, Rosemary still up there, followed by Tops, and then we have Mela, even though he missed 1 game, but can you imagine Mela still up here? And then we have Badru, and of course, the new signing of Vampire Esports, Red Bull.
Yep, and he's been really getting a streak overall. I mean, remember the Austria days and then Interface Clan, and now Vampire Esports, he's really showing up to be, the hottest player from Thailand.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And I guess there's no other team better to go from his previous team, that is, which is Vampire Esports. So I look forward to seeing Red Bull and his performance in the upcoming PMSL Southeast Asia as well, where obviously they'll be playing in the official leagues later. But here is, okay, overalls. Page 1, these teams are pretty safe, so I'm not too worried about these teams now.
And the big news is that Talon now makes it into the top 5, pushing down APG. If you look at APG's results, they only managed to score 3 points over the last 2 matches. And then even on the initial match, they only scored 1. So I'm not too sure if I should be worried about that, but MVKE may finally get a little bit more of that leapfrog thanks to the chicken dinner that they had to start off the day. And then that final 8 points. So that really helps them push up towards the ranking. Now, middle of the pack now, it's definitely going to look pretty interesting from now because I believe Cellcom DG Alliance have definitely gotten themselves a spot up because of this final round. So D-Saber is getting pushed down just very slightly, 1 point behind. Zenline is just trailing above them, but there is a significant gap though. I mean, 6 points above. And then boom, Point Donkey. Wait, Point Donkey. They were last and this chicken dinner sent them up here.
Wow. And that's how tight the points were in this round. One chicken dinner boosted them into second place. Okay, but we're going to take note of the numbers, right? Like 73. Oh, it's still very tight. Look at this contrast. 17 is 73, 18 is 71,
wow.
and then you have Netrex with 70. Even the EZ64 can still catch. I would say up to even Homeboys can catch. Or if ASI8 somehow has a double chicken dinner, they could still do it.
This is so worrisome for the South Asian region. I mean, T2K, 4 Tribes. I mean, it's hard to say goodbye to any one of these guys. I mean, they need to really do something about it because T2K have consistently tracking onto ASI8. They don't really get to play the game. And then 4 Tribes, sometimes they also land themselves into some hot drops. And EPX always look for a fight. And because of these very reasons, they don't get to play late for some of these portions. And that means that we might only see T2K rise above.
Ooh, okay, representing. And that's a possibility, right? But there's also a possibility of major comebacks tomorrow because tomorrow will be the final day of the playoffs before we move on to the grand finals, before we lock in the best 18 teams that will be eyeing that spot in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. And make sure you tune in by then because during the grand finals, the first 3 days is supposed to set the tone and also the match point. On the 4th day, it's going to be the Smash Rule Day. Nevertheless, for tonight, that will be all from us at the casting desk. My name is Sir Clark together with Contra. We'll be back again tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile action at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. Till then, see you guys. Bye-bye.
Step into it. Step into the ring. Come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. ready to rumble. We're ready to rumble. into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.